Planet Coaster 2, which has been out for about a year and a half, something like that. But there has been pretty regular updates in DLC. We've got like update number 9 so far as major updates coming out for the game. The big features for this update is they do have an arcade, and it's not like you just put down the arcade building, a person walks in, and then money shows up in your wallet and they walk out. You actually design the arcade, price counter, and all that stuff. So it's kind of like if you ever played like Planet Zoo, and you can go and like make your building, and you put like all your little habitats for like your little spiders and scorpions and like the littler stuff. Same idea, arcade machines. So you've got all that, which it's surprising that they actually have like officially licensed Atari games. So like Centipede is in the game and all that. Which sure, okay, I didn't need it, but neat. They also had a bunch of new flat rides. So there's like, I think it's like 6 or so new flat rides in the game. There's some that you can get different themings for. They do actually have where now with your roller coaster, it used to be that you could just leave the lights on or not have them. Now you can have them turn on at night only. So if you want to have like rides that go into like caves and all that, because you're doing like a haunted mansion kind of thing, instead of having your giant telescoping lights everywhere in the building and all that, you can have them turn on and off, or based on if it's day or night, stuff like that. And so you got a bunch of stuff going on there. They also made it so you can make a bunch of aesthetic changes to your roller coasters. So instead of like this roller coaster is a dual beam, it can be this roller coaster is a dual beam or a tri-beam or an I-beam and a bunch of stuff. Most of that's cosmetic. The big thing there is going to be primarily around the fact that we can make the arcades. And this is one of my complaints I do have of Planet Coaster, is you got your challenge mode, you got your sandbox mode, you got your franchise mode, you got your career mode, and like the franchise and challenge and all that, it's a little unclear. They have improved it greatly, because you used to not have difficulty settings on franchise at all, which made it so like the game could be very easy, that the only way you could get like an actual challenge is in challenge mode. I'm trying to remember what the challenge mode, because I never remember the difference. It's always one of those things. Because I know it's a thing with a franchise mode, that's where you can put up a park, other people can look at your park, you can share stuff with it, you can get a score for it and everything. And I, for the life of me, can never remember the difference between these. I believe challenge mode's probably what I'm looking for, but I'm absolutely blanking. Yeah, because this is the one where you can earn cosmetics and all that, and that's kind of the thing that sucks, is like the challenge mode didn't contribute and all that stuff. But they do these things like every week where you can go and like submit your parks and whatnot. And like I said, I always blank on which one's which. So let's see, we have pending edits. So I've not done anything. Ethically questionable hills. It looks like I was doing something there. This one, the museum. Oh yeah, this one I'm not doing anything. So you can probably reset this park. That's not the button I wanted. Because yeah, like I want the franchise mode. Yeah, so this was like, obviously I didn't do anything yet. I was just starting it. So I'm trying to remember is how I basically wiped this park out and start over a new one. Because it's always one of those things, and it's been like one of my big complaints. I want the challenge mode settings in franchise, and I thought they added that, but I always forget it because I don't play this often enough to remember like this setting is here and there and all that. But I remember being really confused because challenge mode used to not exist. It used to just be franchise or scenario. Park settings, delete the park. So we can go here. Less than ethical. What do we want to go with? Less than ethical world. Yeah, so like I said, No difficulty settings or anything. Yeah, so I'll probably just go to the challenge mode. It sucks, because I like the idea of being able to play with others and being able to submit your score and get points and do all that. So it's still a bummer that the challenge mode and franchise modes are a completely separate animal, that if I want to make my park harder, I have to go to the other mode where I don't get scored the same way. And it's whatever, it's not a big deal. I don't know. I want to be able to earn the challenges and all that, but also I don't want the game to be like super easy on me either. Because like by the base with Planet Coaster 2, if you're just playing on the normal difficulty in franchise mode, it is not a hard game. Like if you're still like learning the game, you're gonna make mistakes that it's gonna make it rough on you. But broadly speaking, it's not that big a deal. So we can go out here, go out here, go out here. Challenge mode, new parks. So we can choose our biome. And so you've got your different biomes. You got tropical, temperate, Mediterranean. And I always forget how to pronounce it. Taiga. This one's more like a cooler climate. They did update like the snow and all that to be more interesting. So we might actually go with one of the either temperate or Taiga, because both of those will have snow happen on them. Yeah, I'll go with that. Alright, so then we can go here is less than ethical world incorporated. Yeah, that's fine. Let's do less than ethical world. But yeah, so you see here where we can do like easy, medium, and hard. So you can go in here, so you have like decreased starting cast, easier, like more needs. People get sunburnt easier. Pay is higher, more refunds, demolished recost things. And just basically that. You've got medium, which everything is normal, and then easy, which you get that out. I'm gonna go ahead and choose a hard park, because why not? Now, it is one of those bummers that I do wish you were more granular in your settings, because stuff like the sunburning easier and like people needing like food and drinks more often, those can get a bit on the tedious side, whereas like just the economy being harder is a lot more interesting. But yeah, so you'll see here we've got these different challenges it wants me to do, which is it wants me to make a water coaster, it wants me to build a coaster and open it, and it wants me to get a park rating of 1, which is pretty awful. So we only have $75,000 to start, so I'm not going to be able to do a whole lot of fancy stuff on the opener. We're going to go ahead and get in here, and we can choose to set up our style. I think for my main paths, because I've done like dirt and sandy paths everywhere, I've done those. Maybe we go for brick paths on this one. So usually what I'll do is I'll have a little bit of like just the straight up entrance going into the park. Oh, can we choose a different brick maybe? Try this. If I remember correctly, we can go down here to change you from one of these tools to like a paintbrush tool. It's a little redder than I want it. That's good. That seems like a reasonable red brick. Okay, so we've got our entrance here. And then usually what I'll do is somewhere around here, I'll give ourselves like a little building that's like your ticket counter or whatever. I'll probably put that right here and then hide these inside of it. I know some people go out of their way to make giant parking lots to make that all realistic, which is fair. Oh, we actually have proper water on this map. All right. Oh, it looks like that's my boundary, maybe? I do wish we had in this the same thing like you have in the campaign where you start in one section, you had to buy your other sections of the park as you expand. It's fine. So some things we absolutely must have. So let's make our front building here, and we're going to add some of our basic like kiosks and all that going in here. So this is going to be a little bit of spending that's probably not what I need to be doing right now. But we just got to decide what we're going to do. So maybe we lean in on the brick theme. Let's go here and go brick. Two-meter wall. Here we go. So then what we can do here is I want to remember my controls. What was it to spin you? There you go, Z. Yeah, so that won't work well for there. So go ahead and start by just slapping together, quick and dirty. Gonna get this front building here. You never got into Planet Zoo or Planet Coaster because the custom building mechanics are far too granular and complex for you. You did like Jurassic Evolution World, which has simplified building. To be fair, you can just straight up be like, just give me a pre-made building. Like I don't want a deal. Just give me a pre-made building. Call it a day. That is absolutely a completely valid choice. Some people want to spend the time making their like theme park everything they've always wanted it to be, and other people are like, look man, I also had to plunk down a restroom and charge like $30 for people to use it. Is that too much to ask? Can I not just price gouge my people in peace? Alright. So here's where I gotta make some decisions. So first of all, right here, we're gonna put some brick walls along the turnstiles there. And then we gotta decide how I actually want to do this layout. So one thing you can do to make your places look a lot more realistic is, even though the space is not needed for stuff to function, adding what's effectively dead space in your buildings that would be in real life needed for stuff. So what we could do here is we would have our restrooms. I'll put a pair of restrooms there. And we can go ahead and do this. And none of this is strictly required. I mean, the restrooms are strictly required. But yeah, so if you don't want to do the custom building stuff, you could just get a pre-designed building and just plunk that sucker down and call it a day. And you can even go to the Frontier Workshop if you really don't want to design. And you can find where other people have made rides. Like someone made an indoor aquatropic ride and all these. You can just be like, man, I don't have the creativity. Give me the accelerator. I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to create custom. We're going to edit this building and go to facilities. So we need... Yeah, we're not going to put the arcade here. The arcade is going to be near the entrance, but not at the entrance. So I need to go into the arcade, because I've been a hot minute since I played. So the restroom needs to happen. To put that right there. We have guest services shop. And we got changing room. So let's go ahead and put the guest services shop right over here by the restroom. So I've got basically needs for our guests. For staff facilities, we're probably going to want to have our staff area out here somewhere. And this is the kind of things that, again, you're trying to make it look a little bit more authentic, but really doesn't make sense. We're going to make a little staff path that goes around here. In real life, you would probably have something like that. In the video game, there's no reason to do it that way beyond wanting it to look that way. We're also going to need food. Now, one thing a lot of people don't catch with stuff like the food options and all that stuff is if you look at the area over there, there's a bunch of different symbols there being like, okay, there's meat, there's gluten, there's whatever. And different people will have different things they want food-wise. And so it is a thing that you will eventually need to have multiple different places that serve food, because no matter what food you have, there'll be at least someone in your park who's like, oh, can't eat it. We're going to start with a pizza place this time. Let's go ahead and give ourselves like a little food court area over here. We got our pizza place. That's weird, it says paths can't cross. We'll deal with that in a minute. We are going to need a drink place. Yeah, so you have like some of these, you'll get that, it'll be like, oh, it's a sugary drink. You know, some people who won't drink sugary drinks. You've got some places that are a little bit more flexible than others. Okay, so we've got ourselves a food, a drink, information counter, and restrooms. Ultimately, we will want a changing place and all that. Let's see if we can also... What is this down here? Oh, we can make a self-shop. Oh, I forgot that they added these. Where you could make your own store. So instead of having, like, your gift shop or whatever, that's just, like, you know, one of these kind of things where you just plunk that down and that's it. You can make a dedicated store space. I actually like the idea of doing that. I think we'll temporarily put a hat fantastic. It's interesting that you don't like me doing this. How do I want to do this? Because we got this right here. And if I put it like that, it's going to be super cramped. If I put it like this, it's a little bit more reasonable.
That's fantastic.
All right. So that gives us food, drink, souvenir. That gives us our staff facilities, restrooms, and all that. I think that takes care of that stuff right now. We will end up needing power generation and some other stuff there. I also like to hide the power generation and all that inside these buildings. And again, this is one of those things that technically there's like a radius that the people will whine about, being like, I can see your generator. I'm full of sadness. How could you possibly let us see our generator? It is one of the things that can be a little annoying at the game at times, where the stuff that people get upset about versus in real life, you know, isn't that big a deal. Like that was not this one, but Zoo Tycoon. In Zoo Tycoon, it was a whole thing that, like, if they could see where you would care for the animals and all that, like the staff areas and whatnot, they would just absolutely hate it. Like, it gave, like, a really bad, like, kind of employee thing. Whereas, like, in real life, people pay extra to go see that stuff. And not just a little extra. People pay extra to go see that. So it always bothered me, like, oh no, can't have that. It's like, no, you don't understand. This is something people pay really good money for. Alright, so that means they can get access to this thing to see it. They can get to the employee area. We can kind of hide that, like, they can go into this whole back area. That's not actually what's happening here. But you get the idea. And even though that's a wall, we'll put a false door on that wall, and that wall, the employees don't actually have to get in there, but it will look, you know, it'll look authentic because of it. So we can go here to scenery. And so what we want to do now is, I believe if we look for door, there's a couple of things that can go as a door. Now, one thing to be aware of in this game, it's really easy to be like, oh, I can't find a door I like. There's a lot of cases you can find stuff that isn't technically what it is, but it looks good. Don't be afraid to use something that is not being used for its intended purpose. I have used stuff like columns to make fences and all sorts of stuff. Whatever it takes to make it look the way you want it to. So yeah, so that now looks like we got, you know, effectively employee doors to go back there. Sure, they're like these big weird vaulted doors, but they'll serve the job. So that'll take care of that. But yeah, so that looks like genuine, that you might walk in here, you got your line of people, like, there. You probably have a little bit more room like that in real life. But you got a little area here for that kiosk, a little one there for that kiosk. You got the area the employees would go in that, you know, you'd reach all this area back here and whatnot. Same with over here. You don't actually need those doors. They're false doors. They're a lie. And so what we can do now is we would need facilities. Because I've got my power generation, but I do not have my distributor. And I vaguely remember, I don't think you actually have to have people service your distributors, if I remember correctly. So I can just tuck this into the building. I'm pretty sure that's true. Just in case, I'll put it here. That way, if I do need to hook it up, I can probably get to it. So with that, we've got power in that whole circle. So power is at least sorted for the moment. So we've got all those things. So next thing we need to do is add some type of, any type of like stuff. Now the danger we're running into is we are playing on a hard mode. So we need to be careful about being a little too overspendy. But one of the things that does work out with this is there's a scenery score. And it's not like how attractive the thing actually looks. It's just broadly going, okay, I ran some numbers, how many pieces of scenery you had nearby me, what's their worth, that kind of thing. Is that one wall just a different style brick? It is. I can never remember what the button is. Okay, I guess right click is to delete stuff. Yeah, if you get to the point where you can just remember your buttons. There's buttons for, like, taking an eyedropper and just grabbing a piece and doing it. Alright, so we've got that. So the next thing I'm going to need is for some type of building something here. Can I go out this way, or will it whine that it's out of bounds? It's content with me going this way, okay. So I have overhangs. You'll need to make sure to close this off. Because otherwise when you look in the inside, it'll have this like weird gap in it. Got one of those out of place I'll have to fix. Anyway, don't care about that spot. You need to be moved. There you go. But yeah, so it looks like I'm just doing cosmetics. While it is cosmetics, I am boosting the scenery score for everything around this. Which will help with the sales of stuff at the buildings. And this can honestly be one of the big parts of the game that you don't have to fuss with it. You can just play like a typical tycoon game and not do that. But this is kind of one of the things that sets this game apart from a lot of others in the genre, is you could very much just get in the weeds of this thing. Alright, so I don't think I want to go for a brick roof. There's corrugated, brick, other brick, yellow metal, cardboard. Oh, right, because there's like a toy theme area. Classic brick, divided plaster, gingerbread because there's a Christmas theme, heapstone, lime plaster, metal walkway. Honestly, the red brick and metal walkway does work together, but it wouldn't work for a roof. Metal alloy. Might want to look at this, not from this thing. Let's go to the angled roofs. That's going to be probably the determining one. Then go for a slope roof here. It's interesting. So pitched roofs. I was expecting this to have... Yeah, there you go. Like the ones that click in like this. I'm just looking like for just a straight up boring angle. We have just like a straight up wood roof. That's certainly an option. We have the corrugated green roof, which is honestly not the worst. The cardboard one won't work at all well. Corrugated iron roof. I mean, as much as we're memeing, that doesn't look terrible. You've got a bamboo roof. That, on the other hand, well, the bamboo would look good on another building. Red brick and bamboo is definitely not a vibe you see much. So they've got like the keep tile roof, so like your old castle kind of roof. Ceramic tile probably won't look very good. I mean, it's better than I thought it would. The straight up metal roof. Okay, so you got your like dragon scale kind of shingles. You've got our like Polynesian dry leaf. Tiled does not feel like it matches. It's kind of one of those things you spend a little while figuring out what you want. Straight up just regular old like slate shingle roof honestly works relatively well, I think. I think I'm going to do that just to get us going. They're putting an overhang on all sides, because while we operate less than ethically, we're not monsters. You'll get shade. We're gonna price gouge you, and that's where the ethical concerns come in. But like, we're not Disney World. You're getting shade. I might even, if you ask nicely enough, even take it a step farther and give you might even take it a step farther and give you seating. I know, unheard of in modern theme parks. So the question then is, do we keep going up, or do we flatten? I think I'm going to flatten so I don't have to do the interior roofs and do a bunch of nonsense with it. So there should be one of these that is straight up just a flat roof spot. Come on, don't let me down. You're not going to, are you? That's fine. That's fine. So I can get all this in place. And then what we'll end up doing once this is in place is I'll just need to go inside. And where I did that brick earlier, I want to do more of that. Just so that, like, it doesn't look super cursed. And then when this is all done, we need to build whatever ride we can afford, because I'm spending literally all my money. So, can we charge for seating? We can charge for a lot of things. I always forget my camera angles for here. There's the tilts, but it's always the pan up and down, I always forget. Alright, so we can go scenery. We'll go back to brick. Oh, we need to go to the walls. I'm having the right group. Having weirdness with the scenery. Okay, and we've got that one. Ah, that's not going to work that way. It's fine. We'll leave that where it is for right now, and I'll have to clean it up. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to remember how I zoom in and out, like, pan the camera as opposed to actual zoom. Ah, boo. When I zoom out to the roof. And this is me just not remembering controls. Okay, and that'll be where we angle this. Okay, so let's see if we go in here. Not seeing any. Oh, that one's not in the right place. As you can change. Oh, yeah, charge machine. Yeah, we can do a lot of stuff. We can definitely charge the restrooms and all that. That's cool. So we've got our front building set up here. Let's get that done. So next thing that needs to happen is I don't have paths here. So this is... I keep scrolling through that roof. And I know there's controls to make it so you can clip and all that sort of stuff. So you can get the brush. Okay. You can draw it. Oh, I don't want you to curve, so you're straight. Okay. That's fine. And I believe here now. We've got that all fixed there. This side's already fixed there. Got that connected here. Alright. It's always weird stuff around this that I always struggle with. And I know there's ways to deal with all of this stuff. It always has been kind of the pain point to deal with that. There we go. So I've got entrances to those. Got entrance to that. You already appear to be connected. You appear to be connected. And honestly, that's fine. Alright. So we can add lots of more decor and all that stuff. Already entrance by the intricate construction. Yeah, and you can make the construction way less involved. Like I said, you can literally just be like, let me just grab something someone else has made, just plop it down, or they come with a bunch of like really basic buildings that you can get. I haven't taken the time to put like a little bit more effort into it. Because to me, that's part of the fun. Is like actually taking the time to not only build your park, but like kind of design it. Alright. Okay, so we've already spent more than half of our money, so we're doing great. We got one spot here that's poking through. So we can do here is I can grab, that's not the tool I wanted. And grab you. Interesting that I can't advance move you. I'm not used to seeing that. That's due for now. Okay, so we've got our first building here. And we just call this, you know, front entrance. I'll make changes to it later. I'm just really worried if I don't get a ride down, I'm not going to have money for a ride. So again, you can grab where someone else has custom designed these to make them all nice and whatnot. You know, with theming and all that, and that's all cool. Or you can just go in here and just choose to create your own. It'll have none of the theming on it. It's just the basic ride that you can then decorate up how you see fit. I am wondering how much the arcade would cost, and if I could literally just open the arcade, no rides, and just have people come in and spend all their money in the arcade. I'm tempted to lean that way. How much do the arcade machines cost? This is going to be an important consideration. Oh, they're like 20 bucks. These things cost nothing. Okay, all of this stuff is $20. Alright. I'm sure those are going to make me more than 20 bucks, right? So let's go ahead and go here. Max them with path. Make that go out a little bit farther. Now, some other things you can do to make stuff look more authentic is right now the map is just... Well, I mean, this map is actually not just flat. But there's a lot of flat on the map. Adding any level of terrain change will help quite a bit. And I want to say terrain change in this game is free. What we could do here is just raise this up a little bit here. Not a lot. Just something to make it less than perfectly flat. Do that on the other side too. Alright, so let's go ahead and get our next building going right here. So this is going to be for our arcade. Now this is the new thing in the game, the arcades. I've never built one of these before, so I have not a lot of idea of what this is going to entail. So we're going to want to go ahead and get ourselves some type of style for our arcade. Let's see what kind of wall we want to do. Yeah, it's the water park accrued stuff. Honestly, the yellow water park walls might not be bad for the for an arcade. Let's get to be just barely sticking in the ground. We have a really big arcade. We can expand later if needed. Alright. So, we've got that. It's always one of the things I forget in the buildings. I believe we can actually set floors to be walked on and all that. I don't remember if they need paths over top of them or not. But this way you can put this all here and they can smooth out the inside of this so that it's level. So we got the bottom part. Let's not worry about putting the roof on it yet. Let's go here to our terrain tools. At least for the foundation. We can just flatten that out. And then smooth out any of the rough edges around the sides here. Okay. So you can add the building some more. What about putting a wood floor outside the building? And that's partly to hide where that overlaps. That suddenly makes me remember I did not put a walkway to the employee area over there. So let's go ahead and get our paths, staff path. We will want to use the stamps. Bring that down to a small path. Change you from stamp to this. And they're connected, I think. Why do you look cursed? Paths have always, always, always in all of the Planet Coaster games been, you know, a magic to be dealt with. Like, you eventually figure out how to work with it, but there's just an art to understanding how to make the paths work. So we got our path to go to the staff areas and all that stuff. Would it be a snack bar outside the arcade? We can probably get some food going on here. Right now I've got food in the big building up front. Let's grab you, edit building, facilities. Okay. So I've got the prize counter. This is very important. I feel like it should be on this wall. Why can I not put you down? All right, let's change this design because it's fighting me. Let's put some regular flooring in here and see if we can't figure out. This is the stuff I don't remember is like, when it comes to setting up your buildings, the best way of doing a lot of this stuff. I know you can use those to set flooring. But man, I do not remember. Because you can make second story buildings and all that, which means by its nature having to do stuff with this. Alright, but that's fine. What we could do then is we could put down our own flooring in here, I think. So let's grab you. And nudge you into the floor just slightly. I'm gonna go scenery. We'll choose stamps. We're gonna change the style of this floor. For an interior space, we can do a vinyl path. Now we'll change you to be like a really dark gray color. And actually, let's go over here. So just over on this end will be the orange. Alright, so now let's try this. Let's grab you, because I wanted to make sure all of this goes together. And grab facilities, ticket counter, and I believe that's the way we want to face it. Now the question is, for dealing with the prize counter, how all this even works. So we've got all these prizes supposedly here for a bunch of tickets. That connects it to the arcade machines. You can connect it to other prize counters too. Because I definitely saw in the trailer that they had a bunch of stuff like this. So my curiosity is, could you have one prize counter that's handled, but like you can extend it and put the prizes on the back wall? I'm imagining the back wall, the prizes on the back are just scenery. We'll have to see how that works. I haven't messed with that yet, because this is all new. Alright, so regardless of, we've got our machine, so we got the alley-oop, which looks like skee-ball. So I definitely feel... Oh, no, this is the basketball game. So let's go ahead and... get you tucked over here in the corner. Now, we, of course, cannot have... tickets not redeemed. Well, that's fine. We can add the prize counter to you. Ah, I see. I see how this works. So I can go here and say, hey, connect to an existing thing, grab you, cool, confirm selection. And that means now those are linked so we can get prizes on this machine. So, what we could do here, though, is... I wonder why I can't do advanced duplicate. Okay. I see. So we can actually change the difficulty of the different games, which is interesting. And check out Basette playing some Pokemon, also does like Digimon and a bunch of other stuff. So very much if you enjoy that kind of thing, you can see that over there. A lot of turn-based RPGs. Alright, so we got ourselves a set of 5 basketball hoop games, because 1 is definitely not enough. We will then go over here, because we got our Yeet Ball, which is clearly Skee Ball. Yeah, really wonder why I don't have the advanced placement stuff going on. So I've got Yeet Ball there. We've got Pop-Up Panic, which is Whack-A-Mole. Hoop Throw. Yeah, you can put some Hoop Throw there. That should be enough space. Okay, so you got Feat of Strength, which we're just whack the thing there. So let's give a little bit of space here. I'll just put 2 of those down so you can stare each other in the eye. A whole lot of Whack-A-Mole. You got Claw Machines. We're just gonna pretend there's like straight up gotcha in here and just drop like a whole army of these. Which definitely means in real life I need to cover these all with like neon lights and all sorts of stuff. Alright. So we got the alley-oop. We got the skee ball. We got the ticket counter. We've got our pop-up panic. We've got that. We've got this. So we've got all the machines that, yeah, that, oh. Oh, there's like a more expensive claw machine. You got the claw machine for tickets. And you got the claw machine for straight up prizes. We can tuck a pair of those over there, I guess. Put a couple of air hockey machines in the middle there. Have like the retro arcade area with all your licensed Atari games. We got a fortune machine, we've got that. We've got generic video game cabinet. We've got token tumble. Machine where you just like put your coins in and watch them not do anything so you can fill yourself up with sadness. Put 2 on the end of the whack-a-mole. Then we got a fortune machine. Just put that off to the side, I guess. Got a little bit of room here we can shove more stuff in. Have I missed any arcade machines? We got the token tumble. We can put a couple more token tumbles, like 1 here and 1 there. Alright, so that seems to be an arcade that's got pretty full up on stuff going on there. I definitely want to make the prize counter more of a counter. And not just the one spot. Like, I only want one person working it, but I'm looking, like, thematically, if we can get like the scenery. Oh, you're all standalone. You're not part of the building. Boo! Can I make you all part of the building? Mixed group selection. Okay, well let's it's fine. All right, so what we can do here is now we go to existing thing, grab all of you, confirm selection. So all of these machines now are tied to the prize counter. They can all get me prizes. Prize costs be considered a bargain and all that. We've got all of our machines tied on here. We can see what our operating costs and prizes and all that. We can get ourselves a staff member and all that. The big question we have here is for our prize counter. If we go into scenery, and it really is a bummer that I accidentally clicked off that, because I know there's a way to add stuff. We can go counter and go to everything. Wagon stand counter. Prize. I was hoping to find a counter like this one, but not like the actual building. And you're not part of it either. This is a bummer. Because that's what I'd like, is I'd like to be able to find where we can get the, basically make this extend across here so I can put, like, a fake prize counter behind it. I don't even know what you'd be under for something that I could fake that. Maybe a partial wall could... Yeah, partial wall could do it if I could find a wall I can disguise as it. You might work. Let's see if we have the plaster wall. A plaster wall that I could change the color. Yeah, so it's a plaster wall. If we change the plaster to be like a bright orange, slightly dark orange, there you go. And scooch it in to make it plausible. So, we got a plausible counter there so far as, like, the wall goes. Now I just need a surface area to put on top of it. Which, unfortunately, those are going to be, like, way too big. So I need to find something smaller. And this is where you start doing some... Oh, that's like the cardboard strip. That's not going to do what I want. Alright. Okay, so we've got our like little false prize counter. Now I should put a bunch of shelves with a bunch of random knickknacks on and all that. We're not gonna fuss with that right now. I've got about $1,500 left, and I still actually have to have a business that can make money, which is deeply concerning. So I need to take you and go to your stuff here. Grab your brick. Copy existing texture, do that. And again, I've clicked in the wrong spot. Grab a path. Didn't make it perfectly flat. Alright. So, do I know how much I'm charging for these machines? Hold up. Oh, that's machine profits. Okay, I was about to say, like, I am not having you charge no money. Yeah, price per play, $2. And then you can change the duration of each game. Excellent. Because what we could do then is let's go ahead and get ourselves some type of quick slap some ceiling and everything on it. I don't plan on putting a lot of effort into the ceiling. I think this one, for right now, I'm just going to try and slap a flat ceiling on it because it'll be fast and easy. I just got to figure out which one we want. Definitely not that one. Not the gingerbread, not this one, not you. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. Flat roofs. That explains it. Thatched is not what we're looking for. Aged wood roof. Probably not. Yeah, you've got where I can do this. I don't think I want to go through the hassle of that. Metal corrugated roof. Alright. That wouldn't be obnoxiously awful in the sun. A metal building with a metal roof. Just baking you inside there with all those machines. Okay, that side's fine. Honestly, with this side, we'll just do it this way. You'll have an overhang. Because I believe in shade. I've changed my mind. I don't believe in shade. That looks dumb. Okay, so what we can do here is just put a trim piece on it. Roof trim pieces. Cardboard. Okay, do we have anything better than this? Not really. Flat roofs. So one thing we could try doing, and again, weirdly, I'm not getting my tools to advanced move, which I do find strange. Because otherwise, with advanced move and like put this into the edge here, so they overlap, and you can just hide one in the other one. But that's not gonna quite fly. Okay, I can work with this one a little bit better. Because on this, instead of just being another extension of the roof, it actually looks like it's a little metal outcropping. And we can add columns or whatever we want to make it look a little bit better. So I can go here and grab a column. That's just a plain, crappy column. There you go. So you can just go here. And over there. One here and one there. Making the building more plausible. Now I of course need actual signage as we're quickly running out of money, which is terrible. So let's go ahead and see if I've made egregious mistakes. So sign. Alright. So we just need a big sign I can write on the wall for above the door. Edible sign 22. You look about right. Can we get a bigger sign though? So let's do you. And I need to go to advanced move, scale, bigger. Move you down here. Love to see it. That's not what I wanted. Put it back. Alright, well, I did that to myself. Penny Arcade. And we'll want to make you a bold font. That'll work. And it'll give you a nice bright color. I'll go to the background and you'll be pitch black. And the border will give you a bright color. And I'm going to go to advanced move. Scale. Can I make you glow or anything else like that? Any special effects? Make you brighter? That's fine. Alright, so we got Penny Arcade. And we're gonna go in here. We're looking for a vaguely busted up wood sign. Ah, here we go. Oh, can I not change the text on you? Really? Well, you can get out of here then. So I'm looking for... games cost more than... Oh. An error came. Name, not price. I was gonna be like, games cost more than a penny. Prices are higher. Not a penny. To play. Come on. That is some very, very heavy restriction on all that. Okay, that's fine. So let's go ahead and scale you up. I can choose the background color view a little bit. Oh, come on. I accidentally canceled my changes. Alright, that's fine. Change you, do this, go to that color, confirm, scale you up, move you over, hit the checkbox this time. I went too far. Move you back. Alright. So we've got our Penny Arcade that is not a penny. And I have 500 bucks to our name. So we are doing bad. So we do have power. We do have all that. I don't have a whole lot of a bunch of things here. Oh, I need to take the sign search off of that. We can go to theme. Just have a bunch of dead trees like the haunted areas. I think there is cherry trees. Yeah, there is. Nah, I don't like that. The cherry trees look good, but part of the point is to not block the sign advertising all that. So let's see what we could do here for just something to add some interest. Oh, right, we could do an arch. There is not a lot of options there. Right, so we got all these archways. Do we have just a nice stand? I mean, there's a rainbow arch, which is fine. A nautical arch. A whalebone arch. A whalebone with lantern. We got supports for an arch. Those actually look pretty cool. I'd see using those for something. Got sci-fi looking arches. You can do an arch that's a covered wagon for your Western theme. Well, I'm not loving them. Alright, I mean, we're basically broke. Let's go look at what we've got so far as opening our stuff. So we've got some basic construction done. We have all these things that it told us we should do. I have completely ignored all of them, as is my prerogative. So we can go ahead and go into, if I remember where this is at, we can go into our attractions and shops. So we've got all of our track rides in our park, which is nothing. The transport rides in our park, which is nothing. The flat rides in our park, which is nothing. The coasters in a ride, which is nothing. The pools in a ride, which is nothing. The flumes in a ride, which is nothing. And the shops. We got shops. So we can go ahead and get all of those open. Before I forget, where's the bathroom? Because this is important. There's the mechanics workshop. Oh, I put down the wrong shop. That needs to be an employee's place, not the mechanics workshop. It's fine. So the cubicle stand, or the toilet standard, we need to go there right now. Oh, good. I am charging 90 cents for it. I just had to make sure I was charging money. I couldn't have people, you know, not being charged. So unfortunately what I need to do is that mechanics workshop, put it back. The mechanics workshop is not the right building here. So I need to go to edit the building, grab the mechanics workshop, delete that. Facilities, staff members, staff room. We'll want a mechanics workshop eventually. Why are you complaining about power? Should you not all have power? Is power not handled? I'm pretty sure we handled power. That was weird, but okay. Alright. So the game is officially unpaused. We have employees. Oh, you need lights, don't you? So scenery, lights, lights. Okay. Not the nicest looking arcade. Yeah, spend your money. It's so dark in this place. I need to find a better just broad, fill this area with light. Because this plate is straight up just darkness. Okay. It's supposed to be a darkened arcade? To a certain degree. But, like, you're trying to play a claw machine, you shouldn't be struggling to play the claw machine entirely. Do we have a staff member? Oh, you need to open the prize counter. Words. Alright. Okay, so we've got our, people playing all their arcade games and whatnot. Enjoying the arcade. What'd you get? What'd you get? Hey, buddy, what'd you get?
Thank you, Elizabeth Regina, for subscribing for 18 months.
And thank you, Elizabeth, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have been enjoying the stream and all that stuff, and I hope you enjoy your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. What are you complaining about? Power generator is not accessible by staff. And then I click on it, and it doesn't seem to respond that way. We could fix this. What I could do here, we could edit the building, and I could yoink that piece away. And that should be accessible by staff, and if it's not, they need to stop whining. The mechanic has no available workshop. Okay, so I assume that you can put a workshop right here. We can yoink that wall. Yeah, you're in there. We could yoink this wall. Nope. I can yoink this wall. That's the ticket. Facilities, staff, mechanics place again. There you go. Now we can quickly go back to scenery, go to brick. And go to our stuff here, walls. And then from there, we can go to our paths, staff queue. I'll go to stamp. Okay, so dismiss that. We should be good. Okay, so game should be played. So right now, it's a theme park that all it is an arcade. The good news, at least, people are playing the arcade machine. Oh good, I have made $2.44 in that machine today. I'm gonna need to make way more money on some of these machines. You've made me $1. You have lost me a penny. You've made me $1. You've all made me about $2.50. I question these machines and the money we're making. You won a prize, which has made you happy. What do you have in your pocket? You have a jigsaw puzzle and a pocket plush, and you have 20,000 prize tickets? Did you hit the jackpot or something? She must have, because you've only got 1,500. Alright, well, we're gonna need a much bigger draw for our finances, because that arcade does not look like it's gonna be particularly lucrative for us quite yet. So if we were to get ourselves a flat ride, let's go on here, and we're going to search by price low-high. So the cheapest flat ride we can get in the entire park is $700. And people will find it incredibly boring and dull and uninteresting, and it's perfect. The point is, it's a way to make money. I do still like Penny Arcade, not a penny. Because the current prices... Because it'll say... So right now we're charging $1.50 on the machines. Oh, that's right. Can we set these to dynamic prices? Ah, come on. No dynamic prices? Because dynamic prices are magically evil. Dynamic prices means as machines get crowded, the prices go up and down.
Comment vous parle de flou?
I also like that we definitely don't have enough people staffing the counter for the prize counter. This is part of our business strategy, is to have them get their tickets, wanting to get prizes, and understaff the prize thing so we know they won't get tickets. Alright, so how are you doing? Oh, that's a good shot. Don't you keep winning? That's right. That's right. Spend your money and don't get your ticket. No, that's genuinely solid. I need you to fail a little bit harder. Fine. Okay. So we'll rip this out. Rip that out. Duplicate you. And squish you right there. And go to you. And synchronize our prices. I also appreciate that they're just walking through the scenery since all of this is considered flooring. Yes, they should start lining up at the other counter. Because we want to avoid having too many people working this counter, because my income from the arcade is really not much. Oh good, they made it so when you say sync it across all machines, it's literally all the machines of that type. Because if you missed, I apparently can influence player luck. So if I want my players to not win as much, I can do that. Okay. And so taking the time to set these all to be synced up, so if I do decide to change the prices later, I just have to go in and just change a machine's price. And it should just handle everything. Alright, I see you. Wait, did that say stat? Oh, your status is dry. No machines connected to arcade. View facility. Oh, right. That's why they're doing that. So then the curiosity here is if I connect existing all, does that disconnect that? Oh, I can confirm those are all selected together. One or more selected prize cows and arcade machines are connected to an arcade will be disconnected. That's fine. So basically, I was able to make them all into one giant place. So, are they both now working together to handle our customers? No. I don't know what you're doing here, man. I feel like you're just trying to look busy. We'll figure it out. Okay, so in the meantime, we have a problem. And that problem is, I don't believe we are financially stable. I anticipated the arcade making me a little bit more money than we are. So I'm going to go ahead and just don't mind me. Pay this week might be a little harsh. And by that I mean pay forever might be a little harsh. Okay. You're never taking that thing. Buying a souvenir from Arcade 62 was the highlight of my day so far. This place has great scenery. The park entrance is free. Negative thoughts. I wish there was some place to sit down. There is nothing to drink here. Everything contains that thing. I wish there was a pool in this park. Where are all the prizes? Hello? Go to the prize counter? So let's see. So it does show you as linked to everything. It does show you as linked to everything, so we're good there. Yeah, so basically just walk into the park. Yeah, so where we had the soda machines, the problem is we've got our sodas here are full of artificial ingredients, so anyone who doesn't like artificial ingredients is just going to not be happy. And they can go whine to someone who cares. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to figure out a way to get our financial situation to be less awful. Now, what I'm curious about is if I were to set a park price. If you charge for your rides and have a price to admission, you have to be very cheap about it or they get upset. But I am wondering, with the park price and the fact that I'm using the arcade, would I be able to get extra money out of that? Okay, so you wish there was somewhere to sit here. Because what we do want to do... Oh, you know what we need? ATM. We need an ATM. Was that under facilities? Oh, wait. Oh, or am I... Maybe I'm thinking, Planet Coaster 1 had the ATM. Or, you know what? I bet you we have to research it. Because do you label as having a limited amount of money in your pocket? You don't. You just have how much you spent. Gotcha. So I must be thinking Planet Coaster was the one that had an ATM. So we are making a trickle of income. I don't know if we could sustain that, though. Guess they pay on the smartphone in this one. The idea is you just don't have to go to the ATM, I'm guessing. So scenery, go here. Benches. So the benches cost $10. Okay, there's 2 benches for seating. Don't say it didn't do nothing for you. Alright. So with that, we've got our 2 benches. So our current profit is in the negatives. So we're spending 304 staff inventory, and their shop inventory is also costing us. But as far as our income goes, our arcade is making us 530. Minus 160, so our arcade is kind of breaking even. So we got some options here. One is we can fudge the numbers on things to make it a little bit better for us money-wise here. So let's see, the average tickets guests earned, we don't have an amount. The running daily cost, we don't have an exact amount or anything yet. We're waiting to see that information. But the idea here is to take the more desirable things and make them more expensive. We can also go to some of these machines, and I can adjust the likelihood of winning, and I can make it lower. But let's see if we can get some information about people's thoughts around things. Better make room in my pockets for all these tickets I'm carrying. Hee hee. If I lower your luck to 50%, do guests complain about it? The claw machine does not give out a lot of tickets. 60%? Alright. You're getting tired, you wish they had a pool. Entry costs nothing? Great. But yeah, so we definitely need to get some stuff through here. Claw Machine 14 is my favorite machine, no contest. Aren't there benches here? So what I want to see is as people go around, get an idea if anyone's like great value. Jackpot, you're rolling in the tickets. The hell you are. So we're gonna lower you to 40%. Oh, that's difficulty. We're gonna raise you to 60%. We just need to reduce the number of tickets people are going. Hey Zelsel, how's it going? Yes, let's go to some of these ones and increase their difficulty slightly. I assume with Skee Ball, by increasing the difficulty, it means we just did a crappy job of putting down the velvet. So that the balls just kind of like hit random bumps you don't see. We're tweaking all of these up just a little bit. So hopefully we're tweaking them up not enough that they'll notice too badly, but enough that we are fudging the results. Okay, so we'll work on that. And we're at negative 23 bucks. I've already got litter on the ground that I don't actually have someone dealing with, which is a problem. So let's see what people are saying, see if we can't get great scenery. That's positive. There's literally, it's disgusting. You didn't earn that many tickets this time. That sounds like a you problem, not a me problem. Okay, so I would love to avoid hitting alone, but we've leaned into the arcade, and it does not look like the arcade is going to be carrying us by itself. So as much as I don't want a loan, because I hate taking loans in this game, we are currently hemorrhaging money. Let's go for 2,000 bucks. Because what's going to need to happen is, one, I gotta put down a trash can and a janitor, who I'm going to immediately underpay. Alright, so we've got you. Do I already have a janitor before I hire one? I'm pretty sure I don't. Okay, so we do not have a janitor. So let's get ourselves a janitor. Have a nice day. Welcome to the team. You are now a brand new member of the team, and we're going to cut your pay. You're welcome. And let's get our flat rides. So we need to bring in a flat ride. We've got this organized by the cheapest one, and the very cheapest flat ride in the whole park is the Helter Skelter, which is $710, and the next higher one I can't afford. We're going to go ahead and put down the Helter Skelter here. It's not a particularly popular ride because it's like low capacity, not particularly exciting, all that kind of garbage. I'm going to plunk you over here. And we will put the entrance tucked over there on that side, the exit on this side. Before we get too far, let's grab the advanced movement tools. I want to shift you up to be off the ground a little bit, because then we can put a base on this thing to make it look nicer. And then with that, let's go first of all to grab the exit of the ride and connect it down. I'll have to move that trash can, that's fine. We will change your design for being that, to having the wood planks. This will be just an exit, so wood planks, exit, smallest path you can do. Love to see it. We can move the trash can right there. And then we're going to want to go to this side. And you're going to add a queue. We'll make you straight. Straight paths. Okay. And give it a little bit of a zigzag here. Okay, so we've got our path here. We've got this. Price. Dynamic. Alright. So dynamic pricing... Let's say we were to set you to be bargain, you'd be 620. But dynamic pricing means as the line gets long, the price goes higher. As the line gets short, the price goes lower. You're welcome. And we're going to go ahead and name you, and you are going to be the Money Pit. And we're going to open that up immediately and go ahead and get our people working here. And now we need to add some scenery stuff to this to make it not stand out. Let's go ahead and change some of your aesthetics while we're at it too. Yeah, so you don't have much prestige or anything because you're kind of a crap ride. We can add music to you. Sure. The Vipe is what your mom called the first car you bought yourself? That is a pretty standard thing, honestly. That is very normal behavior. It's just be like, the Money Pit. Yep, that's the first car. Alright, so let's see if we can't come up with some type of base to this thing. Okay, maybe... Do we have that tropical wall? That tropical wall might work on you. Yes, I'm trying to do... I want to add scenery to it. Let's not attach it to the ride directly. Let's try and find... Alright. It's about the right size. What we want to do is find some type of decor that'll work with it. Okay, so what I can do here is we'll start with this piece, and grab you. I cannot scale it. It feels like with the grid stuff, they might have changed it, or I'm just not remembering. But I used to remember being able to change a lot of stuff with the grid stuff so that I could adjust its pattern and all that. Versus I'm finding the grid stuff to be very limiting right now. Because it's always one of, like, there's like a lot of tricks to making your stuff not look real bad. And a big part of that is like lift it off the ground, put stuff up against the base so you hide the base, try to hide various elements of the ride so that doesn't stand out as being, you know, like just, you know, a carbon copy thing, like stick decorations to it, that kind of thing. Alright. So get the frame area there, frame area here, so I could change you to orange, the yellow's fine. Let's change you. And then the blue we can make a red. Just so it stands out a little. Alright, but let's go to scenery. We can grab rocks. Rocks work pretty well for the base. So let's go ahead. I keep forgetting that they add like the gemstones dot. So let's get like kind of the temperate mossy rocks, maybe not that big. We want to have rotation mode random, scale random. And I'm out of money, I cannot buy more rocks. But yeah, so what you can do is ultimately I can add a bunch of rocks around the base. It gives it more theming as far as the game's concerned. And in addition to that more theme it's going to get, it'll also make it look a little bit better. These are all things that you end up dealing with. Alright. The two benches in the entire park. Okay, so it looks like I've managed to reduce the overwhelming on the party, on the prize stuff. Okay. So you all seem rather content with what we got here. Alright, player luck. Let's bring you down just a hair. You seem to be going pretty hard on all this. How are you feeling about this? Alright. With that in mind, let's bring the difficulty up just a bit more. And how are you feeling about this one? Bring the difficulty up just a little bit more. I'm basically looking at machines where we got lots of people standing around them. It's good this park isn't overcrowded. No, it's not. It's terrible. Yeah, no, that's just they clip through each other. So what are people saying about the ride? Are they saying anything about ride? Money Pit doesn't look scary enough for me. Well, stop complaining. Because I need you all to be spending your money. Now, the way loans work in this game is they take a cut of your sales revenue. So basically they take a little bit of the money that you would get paid, so it's not like a straight up loan payment. They just take money that you would be paid and count it against that. Which is still enough to drive you under. Alright, so we're at 0.36 park rating, so we need to get that sorted. And a big part of that's going to be probably continuing to drive money, improve these rides. Now, one thing in Planet Coaster to watch out for is you've got the idea of prestige. So when you open a ride, it's considered new, and it gets a bonus to how much people want to ride it. After a while, it becomes established. It still has a positive on what people want to ride it, but it's not as strong. And then eventually it becomes dated. Dated means you're now taking a penalty on how much people want to ride it. And then you've got these two over here, which change. That you can have it become, I can't remember, it's like, it'll say like, resurging or something like that, and then it becomes a classic. And if a ride becomes a classic, it's set. You never need to remove that ride, it will stay a classic forever, and classic gives you that bonus and prestige like it's new again. Most of your rides will not get that. And instead it'll go from like dated to old, and then I can't remember what the last one is. But basically, people just look at that ride and they're like, ah, it's that old ride that's been here this whole time. It's kind of garbage. Alright, meanwhile, let's see if we can't slip another park bench in here. So there are people whining, being like, I'm tired. They can find some place to sit down, because they do recoup from all that. That helps a lot. So you are getting people to ride this. Are you turning me? Money Pit has cheap tickets. Oh, don't you worry. That will take care of itself. The fact that it's dynamic pricing, it'll go up on its own. So right now its lifetime profit is minus $700. The thing to build it ends up being like 700 something change. So we are going to eventually break even on that. We just need more people to come in. Even if they come in here and they don't spend much to get a profit on this, as long as they're then going over to the arcade and dumping coins in the machine, that should help me. At least on paper. Because right now our park is still at a still has lost about $250 overall. But that's where we were before we built this, was a negative $250, whatever. And that's with a loan. But ideally what we would want to do is get more rides going on. Because as we can get some of these little teeny rides, some of these ones can be pretty reliable money. That, like, even if the money ain't good, it's fine. So what did you have to say about it? You have a complaint. I queued for Money Pit a really long time. Have you never been to a theme park before? Because that's a long queue to you. You're going to be real unhappy. Because I can assure you, that is not a long queue, man. Alright, so pretty much what we got going on now is we can probably speed this up a little bit to hopefully our money is going to be on a net positive. If we can manage to get our park up to a 1-star, we'll get like a sudden influx of $2,000 for the challenge, which could be a really big thing to help you out. This isn't one of those games where I could sit here and just churn the game away till my loan's paid off and be like, ah, yeah, the loan's paid off, that's more income. Because again, my rides will age. And as they age, it can become a problem. But on the bright side with the aging thing is it can be a thing that ultimately, if you just don't hit it all at the same time, you can work around it so you don't have any of your specific rides at the same stage of aging at any given moment. It does look like I'm ever so slightly profitable. Ever so slightly profitable. Now, the real question is, how are my staff doing? Because I am underpaying all of them. Hey, they're still arguably... Wait, whoa. You're being paid fairly? Come on, man. We don't do that here. I don't got that kind of budget. We'll pay you fairly when we're profitable. Till then, I'm gonna need you to just work for lower than minimum wage, if you don't mind. Also, I need you to do a couple things around the park before you punch in. What are labor laws? I believe I can actually go to our paths, choose the paintbrush, and go here and say no rails. That's fine. I was hoping to erase the rails off the sides of this. That's kind of weird. Ah, I can get rid of the rails. Because, well, it's going to be absolutely OSHA not approved right now. The plan would then be, as I fill in the rocks are effectively the safety barricade. Okay, and then we can go here to the queue. Same deal, no rails. You got just like your regular vinyl. You can add a bunch of different stuff here, like that. You can do like the queue path. Alright, we can also even go on here and get rid of the curb and all that. That's okay. Right now it doesn't look right at all, but we're going to go ahead and add rocks around it. I do seem to be losing money, not gaining it. That isn't part of the plan. What are our guests thinking? Where can I make some tweaks? Because we don't care about the happiness, we care about what they're said. Finally, the queue lasted forever. Hey, where are the rest of my tickets? That can't be. Okay, so they are genuinely getting upset with my ticket stuff here. Our employees are not all age at the exact same time. Then because of the sudden vacation event, they all go into retirement or retirement simultaneous, will they? Nothing like that. Alright, so one thing we're gonna potentially do is hey, Robert. I'm sorry. I don't really need 2 prize counters anymore. My people aren't hitting them that hard now they've jacked up the prices a little bit. And honestly, at our current budget, making the people wait a little bit longer to get their prize is an acceptable thing. It's just what it is, man. No hard feelings. I just, you know, money's a little rough. Yeah, because we're definitely still losing money. Shop inventory is my main expense, of which the arcade inventory is the main contributor to shop inventory main expense. It's actually weird having the shop inventory be my primary expense even after the other stuff. So let's go here. Hey, buddy. What if we charged more for stuff? I wish I could broadly be like, hey, could you make all of this 10% higher? I wish I could just like nudge up the price overall. The cost per item sold, $1.25. And you're losing money. Okay. And I'm just raising the prices on all of my arcade stuff. To reduce the number of total redeems, to hopefully bring down the prices a bit. You miss your computer? Yeah. Yeah, it would be nice to just have like a thing where it'd be like, hey, let's just increase the prices for everything on this 10%, whatever. Like, the percentage isn't the important part. But just nudge the prices up a bit. You know, kind of feel out what people will tolerate. It's Planet Coaster's main theme song, but in 8-bit. I think it's good. It's just a little loud. Okay, so I've taken the time to jack up all the prices around 20 to 30% in the arcade ticket redeems. You remember the Tycoon games that would charge pretty big entry fees for rides for free? Yeah, that's the thing. You can go in the game and you can actually do that. You can go to the park entrance and be like, yeah, it's, you know, $80 to get in the park, but the rides are free. Or you can go the other route, which is you charge for the rides. And so in this case, like, we are charging $6.20. Yeah, so we switch you to bargain. Okay, so the bargain price is actually higher than what the dynamic price we've got set. So let's set the bargain price, because we really do need to be getting our money out of this thing. Like, we have been making more money on this, where it says we're at, like, lifetime profit 650 in the pit. The 650 in the pit there is because the initial cost, we haven't earned it back yet. Did you save after that? I have not. I'm waiting to see what the outcome is. We are getting more guests in the park, which is good. So let's go and take to see what we got for our guest thoughts. Yeah, you redeemed... Are you complaining about the number of tickets you're getting on this machine as well? Okay. So some of those machines I've nickel and dimed pretty hard, they're starting to complain about. People wanting to make decent money on it. So yeah, but the big thing is we are running down the clock on this thing till it starts losing its stuff. Alright. You're having such a good time, you feel the need to buy a souvenir. You'd like to browse the souvenir shop right now. Go to Hat Fantastic, it's right there. Generator is in poor condition. Money Pit has an expired situation and its stuff is degrading. Where is my mechanic? How dare you not be prompt in this? What am I underpaying you for? And you're looking for work. You mean like the work right here? It's always been a tricky one also, is you know, getting the mechanics to rely stuff, service stuff reliably. Words are hard. Hey, that is genuine profit there that's happening. So the overall profit is still showing as kind of a negative, but that number went up. So that means we, in theory, should start being able to get this in better shape. Power generator's in poor condition. Where is my... So there you are. Where is my mechanic? You got two things that need your attention, man. I'm gonna need you to jump on it, man.
Hey.
Where are you? don't go to the arcade. The arcade... Alright, hold up. I'm gonna probably have to make a zone. Because this person keeps walking into the arcade and just standing around in the arcade. And not doing the work I need them to. Man, it's been so long since I've set up a zone. Staff zone. Create a new zone. Just all of this, man. All of this over here. This whole area. That's your zone. So zone 1. So let's go to that staff member. Because you're struggling to find the zone. The staff schedule. Staff zone view. Oh, interesting. So you are currently set. What's that say? So you'll be on break there. Your research any. I see the issue. Okay. Staff manually moved. Alright. So start your shift. And you need to be assigned to the zone. And I'm doing this to force them to basically babysit those two things. Because like I said, it seems like for some reason he's going over to the arcade. But the other issue is it looked like when it assigned it, it was like, oh, your whole schedule is research. It's like, okay, I would love someone to research eventually. We can worry about tomorrow's rides tomorrow. Right now, I need to worry about right now rides.
Hey.
Okay, so service and repair, CERT, research. It's confusion there. Is dealing with all that. So I need you to get off. Stop walking around the arcade. You're not even zoned to be in there anymore. Actually. Okay, zone 1. Apply all day. Yes. Confirm. Alright. Get to zone 1. Dude, I need you to go zone 1. I got multiple... Get over here. You're not allowed in the arcade. You're cut off. Cool, so you've got all that set now. That's fine. And you will go on break at 8 in the morning. Why can't I not schedule your break? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to make sure I get a break in the schedule here so it doesn't blow a gasket. I can choose to remove the hour from the shift. I guess that'd be one thing we could do. Is I could genuinely just remove a couple hours from the shift. They'll take their break and all that, and then I also don't have to pay them for it. What I don't understand here is I'm trying to add a break to their schedule, but I can only do those things. So... Huh. And you're set to research there. We don't want that. Okay, I guess we'll just leave it alone. I don't know what to make of that. Oh, weird. So I can't have you take a break at the beginning of the day, but I can have you take a break during the day. So we'll give you a 2-hour window here where you take... Okay, so you only take one break a day. So 2 p.m. is your break. Alright, that's certainly an odd thing. That's fine. I don't care. Alright, so we still have a little bit more money. We are getting money in the bank slowly. At least now he's actually repairing things. We will see if we got more problems going on elsewhere. I really do need to get more quality of stuff going on because this is slowly losing its prestige. But I'm gonna need more money to do anything, and the catch is if we start taking more and more loans, you run into the problem where you end up with more and more loans. So the max we could go is 16,000. We are going to go for broke, and we're going to try and set up a couple of rides here, and just really hope we can get this. What percentage of my sales are you taking, as I didn't look at that? 21%. Ow. So let's go ahead and get at least some other rides in here. We got a bunch of different options. It would be good to get a couple different varieties. So the Gale Force here seems like it's a fairly intense ride. So what I could probably do is put you over here. Put the entrance there. Ah, the exit can only be here. That kind of sucks. Alright, so I wanna shift this then. I hadn't anticipated only having the one side I could put stuff on. So let's rotate you. Then grab you like this. It'll shift you over like this. And confirm that. I'm gonna move the entrance and exit on here. Okay, so with this, we need to hook this right up. Looking for a regular old thing there. I want to switch you to line, smallest path. Actually have it drop down to the ground relatively early. Bench over here. And then with this, I'm going to actually place the entrance on the other side. And grab my path tool, and we're going to put a path to this. It's going to be relatively long. Okay, and with this, we can go here. Your pricing, that's fine. We'll leave you on that for right now. We're just going to slam the thing open, and we'll have the mistake maker. Alright, so that's 2 rides. Let's try and get at least one more ride in here. And like I said, we're going to want to, so that's you. So you're up in, like, the 3s and 4s. You're in, like, the 1.5s. We can probably find something to split the difference. I prefer to get the ones that are a rectangle base as much as possible. Just because the ones that are the rectangle base are easier to, like, move around, all that. You might be not be a bad choice. They've got a small tower ride there. Alright, over there will be no power. Okay, that'll require me to do power shenanigans. Let's not fuss with that. Let's go ahead and try and get some scenery around here so we get the higher ratings on those, because that does affect things a lot. Angle snap, no. Can we turn off stick to surface? No. Yep, so we're just trying to put down a bunch of these stones here and there. Because again, the idea is putting a bunch of random different size stones in different positions and all that. To kind of hide the queue. So far as like making it not just look like a bunch of stuff. All of these add a little bit to the scenery score, which overall gives the ride better reception and all that. Okay. Need a little bigger than that. They don't have to build a bajillion stones to make it all fit. Yes, this with the no snapping isn't looking quite as good as I usually have it. But it is working. Another place that's going to look a little scuff is over here where it walks right over top of my employee area. Actually, look over, okay, over there. Alright, I think that'll do for now. So it's just kind of buried in there with all the stone and all that. There's lots of ways you can hide stuff. I'm just doing the stone because it's quick and easy so far as, like, you don't have to fuss with it too much. We can go over here and change which stone we have. So let's go ahead and do the island stone, which is like kind of burnt volcanic looking rock. And then you can go through, like, if you're someone who really wants to design, you can go through one by one and be like, okay, is this overlapping? Clean it up. Oh, what can I do to fill in this gap? Like, there's lots of room for that kind of really microing every little bit of it. And there's times I've done that, and then times like this where I'm kind of just chunking them in, being like, does that at least look okay? Yep, good enough. You can also use stuff like trees are another good one, where you can kind of hide a lot of stuff with trees, and that could be a pretty solid choice for a lot of things. Okay, no one's gonna go in that corner, so we can... Oh, that's overlapping the path way more than I thought it was. Okay. Another thing we can do to help this out as well is once we get a bunch of these stones in place, we could follow up these stones with taking the paintbrush and just changing the ground from looking like grass to like making it look vaguely rocky or whatever. And that can do relatively okay. Okay. But yeah, so this stone, like, when I'm placing these, a lot of these are just literally the same stone. I'm just having it so it's randomly scaling it up and down a little bit, changing it different rotations. Every once in a while I'll intervene and try and twist it a little bit to just get it a little bit better position for what I want. Like, all these stones I'm placing right now are literally just the same stone turned in different directions and whatnot. Okay. Yeah, so one thing I'll end up needing to do is finding some smaller ones I could shove along here somewhere. They don't want to poke through the wall too much. We'll see them inside the arcade. That's because they put this kind of like right on top of each other because it's trying to stay in range of my power. Alright. Get all you over here. Dunk you down there. Okay, we got all this stone back here. Let's grab one or two more big ones back here to just make it not end immediately there. So you got like this craggy, rocky area over here. So now if we check out the aesthetics, so the scenery bonus here is now up to 81%. I'm sure at the beginning it was probably like 14, so all that blue means generally they like the look of it. The stuff we'll want to do here is just to make it look nice. So you got this path here is a little obstructed, so I'll just scooch you over. We can go to this path here. Because as you can see, the actual, like, people in the game really don't give a crap. So you can go through and fuss with this a little bit to make it nicer. So it's a little less cursed. Yeah, so you got this stone is overlapping too much over here. That one's overlapping way too much. Yes, that's all fine. That's all fine. You're a little bit too much in here. You're a bit too much in there. Okay, so that's to take care of that. So what we can do is, like I said before, one thing we've got going on here is just the fact that, like, it's all this weird grass directly below it, so it doesn't look good. So what I can do here is let's make this smaller. We're not wasting a bunch of time and effort. And I want to say this does have a cost to it, but it's fairly low. So what we do now is just take this brush and just paint down below here and say, hey, you have a rock area underneath you. So those little spots of grass sticking out in between, they'll now be gray as opposed to that, so they'll hide themselves a lot easier. And this one's more of a mossy one, so I think the grass poking through that one's fine. Alright, so we've got those. So let's see what it says about the money here. So you are currently considered a bargain. Right now you're at a loss of about 2,000 bucks overall. And that's again because we just built it. The lifetime profit of this is slowly going up, because remember we spent 710 on this and we're only a loss in profit of 128, considering our initial capital investment, which is counted in that. That means we have earned back 600 of the 700 we spent, so hopefully we will make more off of that. Ideally, I'd like to get one more flat ride in here. We've got 9,000 bucks, so we don't have a lot to throw at it. I could probably fit the Iron Claw in here. This is considered a tower ride, which we don't have any. Let's see what they're marked as. So you're just considered a special. Cool, that's very descriptive. You're considered a swinging ride. You're considered a spinning ride. You're considered a spinning ride. So I can afford any of these we want. Right, so our power doesn't get out this far. Okay, so this is fine here. Put the entrance there, the exit back here. Let's get you all hooked up, and then this is probably the last ride we're going to be able to deal with for right now because of money. I'm going to drop you down to about level. There's the rest of the way there. Grab our Q. And you can actually do like fast passes and all that if you want. You can do some pretty like dodgy things in this game so far as like make these ridiculous queues, add fast passes, do dynamic pricing, and no power. I thought I had scooched you just inside the area. So what we can do here is, as I mentioned before, you don't actually need your people to be able to reach these. So it's kind of a little annoying that you even have to worry about it. I kind of wish you didn't need these. But you can just do one of these kind of things where I just tuck it under the ground and then connect it up. You should have power. Am I not producing enough power? Please don't be the case. Power capacity 120, power used 71, power available 31. And you need what? What is your power requirement? 40. Okay. So you are not enough power. That is not my favorite thing to see. Okay, so problem with power distributors is you actually do have to have them accessible and all that. And they do cost money to maintain and yada yada yada. You get the idea. So go ahead and we'll just tuck you back here. I'm just going to slap your plug right in there with the rest of them. Let's see what's going on there. There we go. It's being weird connecting to this. So I've got you. I have you. There you go. Okay, it's hooked up. That's the important bit. Alright, prices, bargain, all that, that's fine. They're going to charge $14 for that to go. We can go ahead and for right now just say turn it on. Let's see, Extended Lament. Excellent. That is the name of that ride. So with this, you are complaining that you need the maintenance. And that's probably because we go to our staff and our staff schedule. So let's go to our mechanic, who I restricted to Zone 1 because he wasn't getting anything done. So we're going to need to go Staff, Zones, Zone 1, edit the zone. Let's get all of this added. No to the arcade. Everything else. He kept hanging out in the arcade, not doing his job, so he lost arcade privileges. Alright, and we're at 0.9 on our reputation. Again, we have the challenge here where if we hit 1, they're gonna give me 2,000 bucks, which will help counteract where we've been spending copious amounts of money to make this work. Because we have been spending way more money than I should have on this. Alright, so what can we do to get this all sorted out to make it look a little bit nicer? You can lean in more on the rocks. The rocks work. With how I lifted that, I probably will. Or the other thing we could do is we can go grab our terrain tool, raise terrain, It'll raise the terrain to be a bit rocky and above it. Because fortunately, like I said, in this game, terrain doesn't cost anything. Painting it to look different does, but the terrain itself has no immediate cost in its own. So what we could do is we are going to bury the line. It's kind of buried in like a little mound thing. And make it seem less cursed. We're just going to add like some little shoot-offs here. You need to just be smaller is what you need. It's not quite as uniform. Okay. I have an idea. To really extrude this out. Okay, shrink this down a lot more. I really want to flatten it out a little bit here. Can't make you oh, I can make you smaller. Then we can go to this side. Now we reverse this. We go up here. And down there. Get a bit of a ridge to it. Get like a little eye hole there. Didn't quite get what I wanted here. They're very different. Okay. Got a little flare up here. A little flare up over there. You can poke a little spot right there. A little spot right here. Yeah, it's got too much of a exposure. You can do a lot of cool stuff, but it takes a lot to kind of work the magic of this tool. Not meant for fine details. We've done stuff. We can put crabs on top of mounds or whatever. Alright, now comes the big one. We're just trying to carve a mouth into this thing. All right. It's something we can work on while we are waiting. That's one of the things that's good if you get into the decorating side of things. When you're playing and you're not doing stuff where you're giving yourself just like ridiculous amounts of money or whatever, while you're waiting for the money, instead of like other games where you might just put everything on full blast fast forward and just kind of wait for the money to roll in, there's always more that can be done to make your park better. And the best part is, like, what I'm doing now I won't get scenery score for because, you know, just rock doesn't count for anything. But like where I was putting all those rocks out in the open and everything, those do, which then can add to the prestige of a ride and everything. So you are awarded if you want to take the time to do it. It's not at all necessary. But it does go a long way if you take the time to do a little bit of decoration here and there. Even if it is literally just taking something someone else made and just clumping it down right next to a building or whatever. Okay. I'm just trying to make something that doesn't need to be like full-on teeth or anything. Like he's got chompers. He's got a little bit of chompers going on. All right, so you've got probably the terrain manipulation part of this. There's stuff we can do with this still, because there are special effects in this game. So, yeah, the fire jet's a little bit not what we're looking for. You can put a fire in that mouth. So where's that eye hole? Oh, angle snap, stick to surface. That is just on the side of your face. So you got a little ominous stuff going on there. We can go to scenery one more time. There should be smoke. That's mist. Smoke effect large. Okay, and so we can do here. Rotate that out a little. And rotate you out a little. And there. We got ourselves some sort of, like, dinosaur dragon head thing for the entrance of this ride. And actually, we can do more with this. We go out here, make you big again. Let's actually save at that point before we start screwing stuff up. But what we can do here then is grab the tool here. And we're just going to go and extend this way over the path. Keep on going. That could look the way I hope it will. Probably not. I was going to have it so it had, like, claws going over, but because there's a certain amount it has to clear the path by, it's just going to obstruct the vision of the head, so I think we leave it alone. But I was going to have it so I had, like, the claws, like, reaching over the path. I'd have to make the whole head higher. And the one downside with, like, the terrain manipulation stuff is it does not go well. Like, you can't just, like, copy it and move it up or whatever. It's pretty unforgiving in that regard. That's fine. Alright, so with that, we hit our park rating of 1.0, so we got our 2,000 bucks. And what'll happen is new challenges will show up. So it wants me to research water coasters and or build a coaster. Now, we do have a lot of loans going on. Now, the good news is we are turning $4,000 worth of profit now. And if we look at our income, our ride tickets are actually making us profitable. And for that matter, our arcade is actually our primary earner so far as revenue. But the real question is, yeah, but it's also our primary cost in the stuff we're selling there. So, if we were to try and make the crappiest, tiniest piece of junk roller coaster this world has ever seen, what is the minimum we could get away with? Because we could do that, that'll give me another ride. It'll also let me handle in 2,000 bucks. So that'd be good. Yeah, because that'll get me that. But it's going to have to be a real budget-friendly ride because I don't have money. So that's saying it's estimating this ride will be 17,000, 9,000. Let's switch you to low to high. We can make a Vector Junior Child Coaster. So we can make a Vector Child Coaster or Vector Child Coaster Return. Alright, so we are going to make a children's roller coaster, which technically qualifies as a roller coaster. And it estimates, wait, that's already 24,000. You lied to me. You're like, dude, the price of this is 24,000. That is the price for the docking station. That's not even counting a single piece of roller coaster. That is just literally to put the place where the people board the ride. Okay. Before we do that, station, place, station, place. That's considered acceptable? Well, am I technically... Oh, no, I'm definitely not going underneath it. Alright, so we definitely not going to be able to get with it. Because the idea was like, okay, I'll just put it like right here. Actually, no, that might still work. So what we'll do is we'll try and put it on here. Excuse me? Try that again. Alright. You get standard track, alternate track. So if we look at this, you have your standard track, which is that you have your alternate track, and all it's doing is changing it from like the 2-pole to the 3-pole to like having the beam and all that. It doesn't change the price or anything like that. On the good news, it looks like this is cheap. It is 24 bucks for that tile. The tire's embedded the track to push the cart up an incline. Tires embedded to push the cart forward slowly to speed based on utility. Can I turn you and have that? I can. $36. So now we switch to just normal track. And we start to dip. There's no banking on this thing. Oh, it's forcing me to turn it that sharp. Oh, don't do that. It's forcing me to turn it that sharp because that's the edge of the map. We're getting a bunch of like speed on like kind of straight away here. We're gonna have a dip down here real quick. Have a ramp up. Come back down again. Give some air time. Come back up. So let's see. I'm imagining this isn't going to be a very good roller coaster because of the low intensity it's going to be. But it is a kid's coaster, so you know. Take it for what it is. We'll do another bump up. Bump down again. Level out. Turn sharp to the left. Turn sharp to the right. And hook it up. Alright, so I'm not sure if that's going to work. So we get up to 139 feet. Over here it might struggle or just be too slow to be any good. So let's go ahead though and we can run our test. So we'll start our test. Okay, so one thing I'm going to do is stop the test immediately. Let's see. Height marker sea level, auto tunnel, we don't care. What I want to do is somewhere on here, you can tell it how many track vehicles you want and all that. Maybe there's only one on the children's coaster and that's like why it's so cheap. But what I was hoping to do, I guess just the one. I was hoping to tell it to be like, okay, 2 or 3 shorter cars. So we have it kind of going around the edges of this ride. It gets over the hill. Got 2 things of airtime, 2 sharp turns. And how bad are we gonna be on this? I failed to see that I actually had a bunch of cool tracks here. So excitement is minimal up there. That's not unusual. Now getting a decent amount of excitement down there. And it's right back down. Yeah, it is a kid's coaster, so the excitement's not going to get very high. It's interesting, I'm not getting the actual results on this thing. Okay. So we can place the entrance. We can place the exit. Maybe. There we go. All right. Actually, no, you can do here. Switch the entrance and exit around. Okay, so we can start the test for the actual ride. And in the meantime, we can go ahead and grab our exit line. So we make the children walk up the stairs. Because they're awful people. Alright. That is a pretty sad roller coaster. Alright, so I think what we do is I believe I can actually kind of be a little cheeky with this. We're definitely not keeping this roller coaster, so I'm just going to slap that there. So technically, we hit that button. I've opened the roller coaster. Woo! There's $2,000. And it's hot garbage. Let's get our money back. Because, yeah, I forgot it had the special stuff there. Okay, so I can't just undo the whole thing, but that's fine. So I'll get rid of the rest of that. So we did lose. Honestly, we probably didn't make that much money doing it, but it did get an objective off our list there. That's fine, that's fine. So the next objective is water coaster, and then we can get $3,500 if we can get 350 guests in the park. So we do want more rides to accomplish that. Now, the catch with the research thing is if we actually look at our research, as soon as I can remember, I think it's in here. Like, the way research works is you have your mechanics, like, shop or whatever, and you tell your mechanic to go in there and do research. So what I can probably do is split your schedule a little bit here. And if I split a schedule up to have a little bit of time researching, we can over time get that sorted. So what we'll probably do is, let's say immediately before you go on to break, you put in a little window of research there. And actually, I could use that as kind of a reset. It's fine. We'll leave it at that. I was gonna say is I could use that as a way to drag the person back over towards the office. So that should give us a trickle of research so we can eventually get the water coasters. We do actually have over here that we can get just more guests in here. Now I can add more flat rides and all that, which is certainly the easiest things to do, because you just shove more flat rides there. What is your scenery score? It's probably terrible, right? Yeah, because the rocks themselves don't count as scenery. Or the cliff. So I probably need to fix that. So I can grab your scenery stuff here, and I can put a bunch of pyrotechnics or whatever there if I wanted. What we could probably do here, though, is let's grab the scenery brush. Get the appropriate plants. Make the brush much smaller. Oh, you are way bigger than I want. I'm not liking that at all. Scenery, avoid paths, align with surfaces. That's interesting. I'm assuming that's relatively new. Do you have bushes? Got the small plants. Just adding a bunch of like bushes and other nonsense here. Okay. It's not very expensive by putting at least some level of wilderness around here, even scattered a little bit. But still something. So we check you now. You're at 68%. And then this one's at 99%. And this one's at 82%. Because this is one of those things that as you build more and more around the area, you'll end up getting more. It feels like... So I should probably get another ride in here. It does seem like what I could do to make my life easier is I could potentially just chuck a little pool area right next to the arcade. So this is kind of like the entrance. You got your... You're not kiddie rides, but your younger rides. Like, you're not your big roller coasters or whatever. So I could go that route. And do all that nonsense. Oh, end of day report. Total profit, $10,600. The average adult rode 0.8 rides and the average kid rode 0.7 rides. My park rating is rubbish, but my reputation and guest experience is relatively good. Because it's mostly an arcade. And we did get a thing that if I get a scenery rating of 1.5, they'll give me more money. So what we could do, again, is we could kind of go over here. Maybe put a pool area down here or something like that. Have kind of an entrance, maybe put like a little water slide tucked back here. And I actually feel like for that... Let's grab you, make you much bigger. Much bigger. Let's go ahead and sink down the pool area here a bit. Just broadly sink that down. And most likely I won't have the money to do what I want to do with this. Thank you, Duranos, for subscribing for 1 month. And thank you, Doranos, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And I really do appreciate it. I do hope you have been enjoying the stream and all that good stuff. But thank you so much for that support. It means a heck of a lot. And I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So I'm actually kind of leaning towards, and this isn't a design I've done on one of my theme parks yet, is a lot of times I have kind of like the main road, then you'll split off and almost make like a circle or a meeting point or whatever. I'm kind of leaning to the idea that maybe we have this tip over in towards where we're going to have this this pool and whatever. And then you, like, you know, kind of force people to walk around the general pool area. But yeah, so it's like, it's these little things like elevation changes and all that that do help a lot. Because when you look at this and it just ends up being flat out into the distance, it can be kind of a really meh looking thing. Because it looks artificial and plasticky and everything when it's just like super duper flat. Like, there are places that flat. But, like, once you fill it in, it doesn't look so bad. But until you add that, it can get a little whatever. Alright, so we would create a custom pool. And we make it diving deep. You found your stream a while ago. Not really here much because you're in the EU time, but you managed to screw up your sleep schedule enough to catch a few streams. I know that feeling. Well, I hope you get your sleep schedule sorted out, but I'm also happy to have you. Let's go ahead and start working on getting this sorted out. Okay, we're not building the pool. The pool's 20,000. All right, we're gonna have a little bit of a detour plan here. I was like, yeah, let's make this pool. Making a pool that size would be 20,000, and it would need the place for them to change. I'd need the place for them to dry off. I'd want them to get the souvenirs and all that stuff. So, you know, that's a whole thing. One thing we could add, and this is one of the reasons I really like the fact that this game is like, yo, just so you know, buildings and all that, or sorry, like the terrain doesn't cost you any money and all that. I appreciate that there's not that cost. Oh, you know what we could do? Hold up. First, let's level this out again a little bit. It doesn't need to be perfect. In fact, I want it to not be perfect. Not like the whole hole, I just want to level out kind of where the path comes in a little bit. I'll just level it out right in the middle there. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to extend this path a bit farther. So let's go here and go to textures, copy, do this, grab you, make fat, go this way. But what I'm thinking is, we now can make our own, like, custom gift shops and all that.
Hey.
My pay is really bad. This job is nice. So what you're telling me is you're upset that I'm not paying you enough, but you're also not going to do anything about it. Because currently... Oh, wait. You are being paid fairly. Get out of here. So we're currently nickel and diming our staff. And the game's like, hey man, their morale is going to be suffering from it. But they're still like, my job's fine. So what I'm hearing is, if the game would let me, I'd cut their pay more. Oh, do you know what? I could put it right there. What I'm leaning towards... Well, actually, probably can't. Yeah, I know with the tunnel wrapping through there, I probably wouldn't be able to. What I'm looking at doing is putting the, like, modular gift shop, but, like, burying it in the side of this. So it goes, like, directly underground here. I think that would be fun, and I think that'd be interesting. The downside is, it's a little bit of a pain in the butt to build underground. You could do some awesome stuff with it, but it does like to fight you. So I need enough room I can put a path underneath here. See if I can remember how to do this. Before I break everything, let's do a quick save. Yeah, it's less than ethical world. Yep. So what we can go ahead and do is we'll grab our paths. Alright, so what I gotta remember is first, small path. Alright, so we do not want... We want this to tunnel automatically. Terrain style, conforming, ground, suspended, automatic. You don't remember how you found the stream? But you always like the chill vibes. More than likely it probably came through a raid. We do have a lot of friends in the community and all that stuff, and so a lot of them do show us a lot of love, which is super appreciated. But yes, let's see. So there's definitely one where there's like auto tunneling. Terrain, cemented, conforming, ground. Alright, I gotta remember this. It's been a hot minute. Because what you can do here... Oh, is it classic paths? I've been Damsel? Oh yeah, no, that... Definitely I've been raided by Damsel. Damsel is fantastic. There we go. So I got the starter of our gift shop. Now the first thing I'm going to do is for my own sanity, we're going to add some lights to this place. If I add you, will you stick on the roof the way I want you to? Okay, so I can grab you, scooch you up here. Alright, do you have like an intensity or anything? That's fine. Alright, so what you could do then is copy, bring you over. And get some more lights in there once I have it figured out. Okay, so facilities. And then we have souvenir stores. And so we've got the modular souvenir stores. Let's see here. Modular souvenir stores. Alright. So we have the cash register. The postcard stands. We got a balloon stand. I definitely need to make it brighter in here. I cannot see. Okay, we can put you over here. Still not very bright. Okay, so facilities. All right, so we have a balloon display shelf. All right, we'll just get all that sorted out. Let's put like 5 of those tucked over here. Let's see. We've got a bunch of the shop shelves to go like this. So these seem like the kind of shelves you might have in the middle of a store. Okay. So I've got 6 there. You can put some of these over here. Because that's one of the things they've added is like all these like modular stores and like the arcade. But like in the past you had to like really care about, you know, okay, well you have like this whole thing. So we got a pool ring shelf. We don't have a pool, but I'll go ahead and plan 2. There's 5 though, because all this stuff is relatively cheap. Okay, we got you going on here. There's a whole wall of t-shirt racks over there. Turn it to the other wall over here too. These are all dirt cheap for me to set up, and there's not an upkeep cost. The store itself is where the upkeep cost is. You got the pool floats. Go ahead and put a set of 3 of them by the pool ring displays. Got the shirt. Standing display, we can go ahead and put some of those in the wall. I'm sure they'll just be for like generic like plush toys or whatever else we end up with down here. Okay. Obviously got corner displays. Standing displays, umbrella display. Let's go ahead and get the umbrellas. Put a couple of racks of umbrellas right by the door. So that way people would want to buy it. You know, they'll come in and want to, you know, deal with that. Oh, they show what type of items they can sell on them. I see. We have shop shelf with cabinet. I'll put you over there. Put you over here. I did see that there's like end caps you could use. Okay, so what we can do with this is I need to go to you, connected existing. Ah, so there is a limit that I can only have 40 displays, and I have 69 displays, just by happenstance. Which, you know, first of all, nice. But also, oops. So 68, 67, 66, 65, 64, 63, 62, 61, 60, and then if we delete the rest of these, it'll drop us down to 53. 52, 51, 50, 49, 48, 47, 46, 45, 44, 43, and then let's move you two to be over here somewhere. Uh, 42. 41, 40. Alright, let's see how that goes. We can go here, connect existing. $40. Confirmed. Alright, so you've got basically every imaginable gift is supposedly on sale. 28 items not for sale. Huh? You automatically put them on the displays for me. Ah. Interesting. Well, I'm going to just go ahead and tell it to do it anyways, because I can't be bothered to figure all that out. So we'll go ahead and choose open. So there you go, Daryl. You enjoy working down here, friend. You've got all your stuff going on. It doesn't seem to show... Yeah, so you got purchasable items. 44 out of whatever. Oh, Daryl, before I forget, we need to talk about your salary. Where is that? Yeah, here you go, Daryl. We just need to cut your pay. Now you just stay... You just stay in your cave, okay there, buddy? And we're gonna go ahead and add a sign out here. All right. What do you want to put for our signage out here for dealing with it? Yep, there's snow. Which the snow collecting on the ground is new. If you're like, wait a second, I don't remember snow. It's not new like this update new, but it's new as in a fairly recent change to the game. Daryl's hole. Oh, I actually expected that to be a very different angle. Okay, so let's grab you. Do this. Grab you. If you're wondering why I'm saying it's Daryl's hole, that's literally the, when we turn the booth on, that's pretty much the name of the person who's working it. I'm not loving the, can't get... Alright, we're gonna try a different sign. I'm not loving that sign. Let's see. I don't need, like, the full-on Western. Not all of these could be written on. I did like the idea of that one sticking out so that, you know, I could write on it and... whatever. this will work. So what I can do is do the advanced thing here, bring you down, bring you out, bring you to the left, bring you up just a smidge, scale you up a bit more, up, back, over, and Daryl's hole. Alright, so now we're just looking for a font that's not awful. And as least readable. You know what? It's not my favorite, but we can live with it. That'll work for me. Alright. So we got Daryl's Hole, which is our gift shop, where you go down into the abyss. I really do wish I had a way to turn up the intensity of these lights, because I cannot see down here. I'm not convinced by that one. Alright. We've got ourselves a modular gift shop buried in the ground. This is so nice that they've made it so that snow comes down and actually covers everything. That's way better, because we didn't used to have that at all. And sure, you can see, like, the terrain, like, jagginess of it, but who cares? Oh, this place gets busy now. The arcade is definitely popping these days. All right. Looks great. Yeah, no, it's definitely nice to have that change. Just for something to break it up. Let's see, snow is coming. Make sure your pools have heaters. We don't. Everyone's having their morale get affected because I'm underpaying them. Let's actually check to see if their morale is meaningfully being impacted. That's not where I checked that. We could go over here to staff. And everyone is content with their job, as not a one of them is being adequately paid. Alright, so let's see. There's people who are upset because they're hungry or thirsty, but they have dietary restrictions that prevent them from eating my only options here. Okay, we can make this work. So let's check. So I have for my food options, let's see what we have for our food options to try and figure out where our dietary limitations are and deal with that. Because we look at our attractions and shops, and we look here, I have the light soda and pizza are the limitations here. Actually, now I think about it, I believe I can customize your menu. Okay, so basically, we've got gluten, plant, and dairy are the stuff here. So whatever we do for our other option needs to be not gluten, plant, and dairy. And then for this one, it's just artificial ingredients. So whatever our drink option is, needs to have not artificial ingredients. Then go to facilities, food. What? Oh, that's the restaurant, not food. Okay, so let's go to food. All right, so right now, what we're looking for is something that doesn't have the gluten. So we get the sushi one. The sushi one's one possibility. I can probably get the Viva La Vegan vending machine. Okay, so we do have an option that is not gluten. Yeah, so this one has an entirely different set. So the corn tortilla bean burrito has none of the food overlap of the pizza. So between the two of those, everyone should be able to eat. So meanwhile, let's go look at our drinks, and the only thing we need to not have is the artificial sweetener. Or artificial ingredients. So we got Pop Chop juice vending machine. The Gulpy's got that. Yeah, so we're looking probably at this one. The questions here are, you use 1 power. And how much do you cost to operate a day? So you have a slowly building operating cost. So that should cover all of the things that literally everyone can at least find food here. Okay. So we got this whole, like, dragon head, whatever it is going on. We got that one. We've only got 3 rides. This one's going to start running into problems soon, because we look at this prestige. We've already gotten past the point of established, and we're getting ready to start going into dated. Once we have dated, it's going to start kind of going down so far as what people are willing to pay for it and all that kind of stuff. And that can catch up to us in a big way. We are continuing to pay down our loan, which is good news. We do have an arcade going in here. So another thing we can potentially do is actually go and get ourselves a restaurant. I feel like I want to put a ride in this area and then do kind of the same thing where I duck another restaurant down below here. So we kind of hide a bunch of that kind of stuff underneath the ground. So let's see what we would even want to do for the ride there. Now, let's check our bonus objectives. This is honestly the worst. Oh, wait. Notification settings. Alright. Let's see. Staff notification. Staff notification. Disable low priority notifications. Apply. And we'll see if those are considered low priority or not. Okay, so let's get back to this. So that's just more people. That's more scenery. Both of those are going to happen just by doing stuff. So the water coaster research is the one we got going on. We did give our mechanics some time on their schedule to start researching. I don't anticipate they got many points. I literally am not sure. Oh, we literally have none. We have 0 points. Unless, did they change it? Because it used to be you just kind of pooled your points and all that. Yeah, you just pool your points and all that. I probably just don't have enough time on the schedule for the mechanic to actually get there to research at all. I don't want to start giving him a bunch of dedicated research time until we reach the point that we are, Sorry, we don't want to get that going on schedule until such point that we have that. So we could... The flat rides are the easiest to build. The coasters are what everyone wants to see. But we don't have much money. Alright. And as much, like, this is the cost for putting down the station. We could definitely get a child's coaster going. That wouldn't be too hard. We tried to do one earlier, but I didn't set it up right at all. We can make that, like, wind in on itself, maybe. Pay down a good chunk of the loan. Then we can pay off the loan entirely. Yeah, so far so good. What are you doing down there? That's fine. There. Give some seating. Doesn't cost me hardly anything. Yeah, so we can get our loan entirely paid off here in just a minute. Yeah, it's $2,500. Because for those who didn't see with the loan, they do take a cut of all my ticket sales and my merchandise sales and all that to gradually pay down the loan. No, so we're still definitely getting the notifications there. So let's go here again. Notification settings. So we can go to our staff notifications. Disable informational warnings. Okay. Yeah, so you're getting close to a scenery rank of 1. A big part of that is I want to say this one here doesn't have... Oh, actually, your scenery's okay. Yeah, so all these sceneries are sitting at around 80% or so. You're actually reached 100%. So we're getting there. They're right about to get this loan paid off. And once the loan's paid off, all of our money is our own to do whatever. Need to keep from opening that. But yeah, like I said, we need to get more rides going on. Preferably we get something like a roller coaster. We don't really have that in the budget right now. But if we can introduce a couple more flat rides here and there, what we can actually do with those flat rides is as some of our older flat rides are starting to age out, we can potentially make a lot of progress. Yeah, so lifetime profit of this ride has only been about $1,600, which is fine. That's still a profit. It means it was worth me shoving that down there. And then you are at a lifetime profit about $5,000, and you're at a lifetime profit about $5,000. I'm actually curious what the profit of some of my arcade machines, because they're only 20 bucks each to buy the machine. The lifetime profit of that machine is like 200 bucks. So a lot of them are not actually making me a lot of money individually. But when we consider that arcade has like 60-something machines in it, if they're all making around 200 bucks, which is not something I could assume from looking at one of them, but if they are making in that relative price range, then we would actually get a pretty solid payout in the long run. Why is mechanic not mechanicking? Okay, so pay off the loan. Loan paid in full. No more debt. Alright, so... Oh, man. A mechanic cost me close to $1,500 a day. Now, I would like to get a second mechanic, partially... So one thing I want to actually do with my mechanics. Let's try going back into your staff schedule, mechanic. Let's see if I can take you off of your, Take you off being restricted to Zone 1. Because it was just the problem with the mechanic, with the zoning and all that. That's not what I wanted. Like, it shouldn't be necessary. The only thing not in the Zone 1 is the arcade. It's just the mechanic kept walking into the arcade and then just kind of, like, standing there. But we'll see. It becomes a problem again, I just put him back in Zone 1 and we just be like, hey, that area's off limits. Alright. Yeah, so also if we look at the mechanic's schedule again, what should be on that schedule...
Hey.
Your pay is really bad. You better believe it is. Okay. Yeah, so we've got 2 hours locked in to do research. Let's try making it 3. And see if that helps. Because I don't need a lot of research. I just want to have some trickle of research happening while this is going on. Because if we start getting the trickle of research coming in, then what we can end up doing is having that research just slowly build it up where it can unlock new, new stuff. Like, we have one of these objectives for the challenge, because we're in challenge mode. So we have, like, set to the hard economy. But it'll give us this as a way of getting extra income. So it's like, one is build up our scenery. That's going to happen as we do stuff anyways. The other one is just to get 350 guests. Same deal. That's just going to happen in time as we add more vehicles or more rides and all that going on in here. The last one is the water coasters, which is interesting. It's not build a water coaster. It's research a water coaster. So literally I just need to get the points and click the button and I get cash. Alright, well, if we were going to add another flat ride in the interim, we've got this scheduled low to high. I don't get too many of the round ones, because trying to organize paths to not look funky with the round ones is always hell. So we could get this one here. This is the one that's supposed to, like, simulate diving or whatever. So what I could do is, like, tuck it back here. And then we could start having a path that goes this way. And then, like I said, kind of have the below the park restaurant. So for this, the buoyance is about $2,000. Yeah, so my thought is, put the buoyance over here, do whatever we gotta do to decor. We make a sideways path going off here, that the buoyance would then be off of that. And then down here, like, somewhere in here, we put, like, where you duck in, and there'd be a restaurant down below here. So with all that, we can build the path. Paths, they're either free or just really cheap. I don't remember which. So let's go ahead and... We don't want this to be as big as our main paths, but probably big enough to handle some foot traffic. Okay, I forgot I had raised that ground that much, but alright. That actually works for me. Just having a tunnel kind of go underneath there, we can go and scuff it up a little bit more. Not quite as, uniform kind of stuff. It actually also works for the idea of putting the underground restaurant. It means I've already got, like, an elevation spot. Alright. And there's the thing, if you just want to roughen up the ground. It's not my favorite tool, but it can be useful in a pinch. Alright. Oh, having like a little window in there is kind of cool. Alright, so one thing we should also probably do, which this will help out with our scenery score a little bit, is we should get our stuff there. One of the lights I've used the most in the past is these like kind of overhanging lights. They're really easy to set up and make stick over paths. In this case we're not going to use them because like I said, I've used them a bunch of times. Inside the cave I've used the sorcerer style lights, or inside the building there. I don't know that fits... Well, I mean, I guess we have kind of almost a dragon head there, so I guess it does sort of fit. So let's go ahead and grab you. Slap you to the other side of the road. And maybe what we do here... Grab you. Turn. Try and rotate them to be roughly along the sides like this. Okay. And just going here really fast and set up a bunch of these lights. And that's because what we could do is then when it hits nighttime, all the lights will turn on and all that. Kind of lighting the path. Which can look really lovely. Alright, now the next catch is for in places like this. So let's grab you. What we're doing now is I'm just going to stick them in the ceiling and lower them out. Oh, I know what the problem is here. Right, so the issue I'm running into and why this is all getting all funky is rotation random and that random off. Okay. I was like, man, I'm not setting it to like pin on those. Like, why is it being weird every other time? Oh, right, because I told it like literally to randomize what we're dealing with. So I'm doing now. I'm waiting to get the money for my next ride. Putting some lights in a bunch of these caves and all that. Because it'll make it look a lot better. Okay. So we've got all that. We can slow down time again. Back to normal. Okay, so we got our next flat ride. We can go ahead and we got the buoyancy thing over here. So let's go ahead and we're going to lift it a little bit off the ground and tuck it back here. Put your entrance over there and your exit down there. Alright, so let's go ahead and we can grab exit here and go to copy existing, grab you. Make you as small as possible. They got stairs going over there. And grab our queue. Oh, I see what I did. Hang on. Automatic. One thing we haven't done this time that I did the last time, like I went out of my way to do last time, is the last time every single one of our rides had Fast Pass. And it was pretty awful, like the things we were doing with that. All right, let's go ahead and we need to grab your texture, go here, back to 6. And then grab our queue again. All right. And this does feel like another ride that I want to submerge a bit. It's quite literally a submersible. So it does feel like... Oh, am I pulling that through the wall? Probably am, aren't I? We're okay so far. Make you way smaller. What we could do here is submerge this. And then cover with like a bunch of the ice rock or whatever. And then the ice rock will make it so it's like either like dunking in the Antarctic or in like an ice cave or whatever. All right. So I'm trying to pull this in. Not to like completely bury it or whatever. Like pull it in really snugly. All right. Yeah, so you got like kind of snugged in there. Let's make sure I didn't jack up my arcade, because that's my concerns that I pulled the ground to the wall of the arcade. I don't see it, so it looks like we're good inside here. Oh, the arcade, I forgot. We have a path there, so it shouldn't be able to do that. Alright. So that, let's go ahead and make, again, the kind of the outshoots, so it's not just this weird, like, straight up thing. We can kind of just go like this. Then we could rough up the terrain. Anything to make the ground not flat. Make it bump up a little higher there so it kind of goes down a little bit, like there's like some geological activity going on here. And grab you and make you larger. Okay. The So Delightful has been empty for a while. Alright, we will put one extra vendor. Welcome to your new job, and as your first order of business, I am docking your pay. We're also going to go in here, and we're at the point where drop you in there. Same deal. First order of business, I'm docking your pay, security guard. Staff member, we're going to go ahead and grab a second mechanic. We can go in here, and same deal, immediately docking your pay. It'll have staff, and we'll get a ride attendant. And dock your pay. Alright, so that's a lot of staffing, so that's actually increased our costs quite a bit. But we'll get there. So good news is this thing's ready to open. So we can open you. We've got our costs here and all that, so buoyancy. Sunk costs. Alright, so we can go to scenery. They've got this like spray tool thing here. Let's go look for the... so you don't have like an Arctic rock one, which is kind of a shame. Because there is inside here. There's scenery, nature, rocks. I vaguely remember there being like was there not like chunks of ice? I stand corrected. Okay, well it looked like the Mediterranean were relatively light rocks. Align with surface. Those are really expensive. Oh, and we hit 351 guests. Achieved that objective. You got your thing going on here. Line of surface. Alright, so we got a bunch of this. Let's go to our terrain and choose our paint. Do we have anything convincing? I mean, the lightest I've got is pebbles. Yeah, pebbles will work. It's not quite as snowy as I was aiming for, but it's a vaguely sandy looking thing. Does it feel like you bought the first one, you haven't played it? Yeah, no, it's the whole thing. Alright. And I do hope people are enjoying this and all this. I know when I play Planet Coaster 2, there's definitely times that, like, I don't know, it's something I play for me. It's definitely not a game that I usually have particularly high viewership around or anything like that, which is fine. Every once in a while, you gotta do stuff for yourself. Let's see. Align to surface on, but random scale and rotation. Oh, don't attach it to that. Go to scenery again, plants, coral. Okay, and then we can go over here, get different coral. Man, it's one of those things that very much, especially with Planet Coaster 2, when it first came out, like its big selling point was like, oh hey, you've got your pools and your flume, like your water slides and all that kind of stuff. And when it first came out, they were a bit buggy. They didn't work very great. Like they worked, but it's definitely a little rough. It definitely had stuff like the capacity was just horrendously bad because you'd have the people who'd come up the thing, you'd have like a platform with 10 slides on it, and only one person would get on a slide at a time. So you'd have like nine areas for people to jump on the slides, and they would all wait for them to one by one fill in. They would take a while to get up the stairs and all that, and it had just lots of issues around it. The pools could practically just print you money. But it took them a while, and they definitely got it way better now. Like all the water stuff works pretty spot on at this point. But there's definitely that earlier time where it was just really, really rough. But because of that, it kind of really landed. It wasn't one of those releases that came out and people were like, oh, that's terrible, how dare you. It was just kind of people just shrugged and like, you know, it's okay. And a lot of people have never given it a second chance, which is not surprising, especially this day and age with like how fast games are releasing. It's one of the things I keep trying to caution people who are making games more and more. It's like you can't get away with a lot of stuff we used to get away with, like game dev, where you can put out something that's less polished. It's much harder to hold people's attentions and all that. It's not that everything needs to be perfect. I don't want to overstate it. But like you had, you know, when Kerbal Space Program 1 came out, it was a janky mess, but it was wonderful and charming and all that. But Kerbal Space Program 1, if it re-released for the very first time now, I think its reception would not have been nearly as good. I don't think it'd be a terrible game, but I think people would be a lot more critical about like the stuff jiggling itself to bits and, you know, just spontaneously collapsing and all that kind of stuff that people get very, very salty about. And to be fair, that's actually, when you look at Kerbal Space Program 2, I would actually say in a lot of ways it released in the same quality that Kerbal Space Program 1 did when Kerbal Space Program very first launched. The problem is it exists in a universe where Kerbal Space Program 1, you know, is a product you can buy right now. So you look at this new sequel that you're expected to pay buku bucks for, and is objectively not as good as the existing product that costs like a fourth or a fifth the price. Seeing enemies. I'm just shoving this stuff on here. It's not... It doesn't have a rhyme or reason. It's just... get it going here. Okay. Hey, Paul, how's it going? Alright, so we got that one all sorted out. So Sunk Cost is back here doing Sunk Cost things. We've got the Penny Arcade, not a penny, which is genuinely doing really well for us. And this is the big thing that brought us back to wanting to check out the update. Is this isn't something where like we put down an arcade and it was just all laid out. Like every one of those machines is something we put down modularly. We could set prices and all that for them and everything. So you could like make the arcade really what you want it to be. I have the prize counter here. I haven't added aesthetics behind it to, you know, make it look like a prize counter, which I probably should. But still. We've got all that. So then the next thing I want to work on, I think... let's see. So you want me to research water coasters. You want to get scenery to 1.5. We're working on that. You want me to build at least 2 flat rides with an excitement of 2.5 each. We'll get there. I mean, that's actually fine. Because my plan is to make, like, we've got our gift shop tunneled down here. I'm thinking we do the same thing over here. We go down there and we'll put a restaurant down there. Yeah, so far it's looking pretty good. Now, granted, at this stage, the entrance isn't looking quite as lovely as it used to. We can also go here and do our signs. Alright. Not the Mythos one. Not the pirate themed. We are not liable. Character limits. Okay. And then we'll duplicate you. All sales final. There we go. I also don't even remember the name of the park. We can go here. There's actual letters here. Just gotta remember where they're tucked in here. There they are. Okay, so let... Oh. Because it wants to bind it to the building is like, okay, so... Need to turn off the random rotation and all that. Less than... ethical. Gonna hang over. Oh, that's the wrong one. Gonna hang over slightly. Good enough for me. So it's less than ethical. We are not liable. All sales are final. And you go in here, and honestly, from the entrance, this place looks kind of like a dump. You know, you just see like the brick building. And, you know, you can look over here, and it looks lovely. These lights should probably be on. Yeah, it's fine. You know, we got some basic stores. But then you go inside, and you got, like, the big dragon with the fire and all that kind of stuff. You know, you got, like, the actual genuinely, like, themed passages and all that, where you can get into your various rides. You know, this has its whole thing here. Granted, this really probably does still need the barricades and all that. You can go inside here, you've got like your lit tunnels and all that to lead into the ride. And if we go down here, we've got Daryl's Hole. Daryl's Hole is our gift shop. Because unless it's switched... Oh. Is that Darren the whole time? Well, I'm sorry, your name's Daryl now. We got Daryl's Hole, which is the gift shop underneath the ground. Look, man, we paid for signage. Changing your name is easier. We've got the Penny Arcade, where nothing is a penny. Which is nice and busy, and everyone's having a good time here. Honestly, this arcade is, like, booming at all times. You have a lot of people doing it. Is this, like, secretly the game you get your tickets from? Is this the strat? I'm just gonna go and increase the difficulty on that. Make sure to keep the tickets at a manageable speed as people get all their gifts. Alright, so we got our like spinning ride back there, we got our slides. And then we got back here like the tropical theme. This is like a thing to simulate going in a submarine. But yeah, no, it's going really well. Alright. Meanwhile, what I'm going to do real quick is while we're getting a little bit of money, I'm going to go ahead and bring this to a nice, like, scenic view. We got to see the name. The way they built that roof here is not going to be a way you can see the name in the park. But I really need to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that really fast, and I'll be right back. But thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. All right. But yeah, all in all, I'm liking the way this this park has been looking. So I think we might actually do here in just a minute because it's not too late for me to consider playing a different game as the stream goes on. But it looks like we've already checked out the new thing that we really cared about, which was the arcade. The arcade is the big new thing. I also hadn't messed with the modular shop, which is kind of why I prioritized building that. Was like, we hadn't done this before, so we got our modular shop, even though the lighting is absolutely horrendous down here. But the only things we haven't checked out that are like the big new thing from this is they do have it set up now where you can turn on the lights on roller coasters themselves to be like, hey, turn on the light always, turn it on only at night, don't turn on the light on the roller coaster. I believe you can also set it up to work on triggers and all that. So they've got all that. But I'm leaning towards maybe for the rest of the stream, even like probably messing with farm sim, just have relaxing farm sim because I'm not super high energy. But before we do that, what I'm kind of curious to do, we can save this, and I just want to kind of look at some of our past ones we've got because those ones are all like what's the word I'm looking for? Those are all like the challenge maps and all that. I just want to kind of peek at like one or two of the ones they put there. Can you load an existing park to do light things? Well, that's what I was going to say, is we could look at one of our past parks for one thing. And also like just to show off a park that I've actually put time into making nice. I don't have any parks I've like sunk super amounts of time like I did with Planet Coaster 1. I definitely had a couple of parks in Planet Coaster 1 that I sunk way too much time into. Yes, this is the last challenge one we got. Oh yeah, this is the one with the crab! I forgot about the crab. Yeah, so we got our crab with the fire mouth and, you know, googly eyes and all that little sun hat. I forgot about that crab. I know we made a crab, I just forgot it looked like that. We got all our water slides that you can get up to from inside the mountain and everything. Didn't we have, like, cable cars or something to get up to that? How did you get up to that? But yeah, so we actually could go to you. I forgot how ridiculously twisty. Okay, so you actually... Oh, right. Yeah, so if we go on here, what I'm trying to remember... so I can't remember if I have to go to the cars themselves. I think I do. So if we go to this thing... That's fine. If we go to this thing and we go to the car... Which, for the life of me, I don't remember how you do that. I think we actually exit off of that part. No. I'm pretty sure it's in here somewhere. Because this is one of the areas that I've not been particularly good with. You know what I'm betting? I'm betting the way this works is that we would go here and go to this attach scenery, add object, light, and then just shove a light on here somewhere. I'm not going to put any effort into this. And we couldn't change this before. Financial anxiety looks too scary for me. But yeah, so you could turn this on and off. But you could have like trigger on all that. So that's the whole thing, is you can make that work more. So you see like where you can add the trigger and all that, and it is attached to the ride. I believe you couldn't do that before. Yeah, no, that was... What was the name of all our rides? I believe all of our rides in here were like themed around like, you know, horrible money stuff. So we check on our ride list here real fast. Yeah, what are our attractions? So we have unachievable goals, the daily grind, volatile pricing, the wallet ripper, cycle of debt, the cash burner, it puts a dent in the wallet, price to invoke fear, not so cheap thrills, not insurance covered, just costs your savings, in the hole, financial ruin, economic downside, corporate climb, back where we started, a drop in savings, stock market crisis, financial anxiety, and the bank breaker. We had the money pit but wet, people stew, unmitigated spending, overspending together, immediate bankruptcy, and it's gone. And then the restaurants didn't get... Oh, I mean, a couple of restaurants got names. Yeah, like mostly ethical, it's mostly artificial, overpriced sugar water, mostly additives, coffee, debt-inducing juice, overpriced foam, junk for profit, 6,000% marked up, drop in a deep bucket, even the map costs money, the facilities of you pay to poo, you even pay to waste, changing room, you owe us, and I can't charge for this yet. The staffing building, why us, breaks limited. I forgot about this park. Alright, so what we want to do here is we can exit to main menu. That's fine. But I want to check, there was one park I was especially proud of, and it was one of the first parks we made. And I just want to take a quick glance at that park. Because it's one of those ones that, like, and this was back when, like, the water slides were still kind of scuffed and everything. It was in the franchise mode, I'm pretty sure. But we had this one that had, like, these big ramps that kind of came up around there. We had, like, gondolas that went up the one side. It wasn't a good park from, like, the min-maxy money side of things, because you would go down the water slide into the pool, and you have to go out, and you have to walk all the way around, back up this, like, giant mountain thing, to work your way the whole way around. There's the one. This has probably been my, you can just view the park. This has probably been my very favorite park I've made in Planet Coaster 2 so far. There's just a lot of stuff I really like about the aesthetic. Like, at night, it looks really, really cool. I put a lot of time into making this one nice. I think we did, like, a stream or two on this. Yeah, so we got our train here with, like, we put fire effects all over it. So it's just a train that just burns up the tracks as it goes by. You enter the park and it's legal for now. All sales are final. We're not liable. We've got all, like, a little different basic shops for here at the beginning. I think it tucked all the power back in there. And, you know, while everything about this place is absolutely horrible and awful, like, I want to say I think we're charging a bunch of money, like $2 for the bathroom or something like this at this stage. You see, it's, like, lovely, but we're not monsters. Unlike Disney, you'll notice there is both seating and shade. These are things that not even Disney provides you. We've got tons of changing rooms. This is all before we had dynamic pricing in there. We got our gondolas going up this, like, this ridge side all the way up here to where we have, like, the fire train or whatever. You've got your flume rides going down here. Yeah, this is one of the big bummers, is I would have added a lot more, but at this version of the game when it first came out, only one person could go to one of those at a time. So even though there was, like, what, 4 rides here or whatever, it would be like 1, 1, 1, 1, and you just had no throughput. They did fix that, so now they will queue up 1 on each of them. So we had shade everywhere, because this is also when they added in the whole thing where people could get sunburned, so you see we have, like, these cool tarp things the whole way up. And honestly, like, that walk up the side is one of my favorite parts of this whole thing. Like, you got the pool there, it's all cool looking. But, you know, just this walk along here. I haven't done view, I can't click on anything, do anything. But, like, it's just a lovely, like, walk you have going up here. I cannot make the camera cooperate because I never did get good. I don't care. But, like, you just had this, like, lovely walk up here with all the shade. It's just a very gorgeous park, and now it hits daytime, so you can still see it looks really cool with, like, all the red sails the whole way up. We got dense trees and everything here. I want to say there's some underground stuff as well, but not nearly as much as I've done with a lot of my parks. A lot of my parks, usually I'll bury stuff underground and have stuff on top of it. But yeah, so this is probably, like, the main attraction at this point, is just this roller coaster with all the fire nonsense going on. Either way, it's a fun park. It's definitely one I'm proud of. I've done a lot more cool stuff underground since that park, but as far as, like, the whole setup, I definitely really liked it. I actually don't remember what the name of the rides. I think the name of the rides were just pretty tame stuff. I can't think of it. But yeah, so that was a lot of fun. So I think what we're going to do is, I think we're going to swap games here, because I've got about 3-ish hours left from what I normally stream, and while I've been enjoying Planet Coaster 2, it's definitely kind of getting a little low energy. I'm like, cool, we checked out the new thing, and I could just keep building the park in challenge mode. But I think, honestly, if we're going to do that, I'd probably just circle back to a previous park and want to just keep building out on it. But Planet Coaster 2 is absolutely an amazing game. And I'm not sponsored or anything like this. This is me saying it because I genuinely feel it. Not that I lie when I am sponsored. Farming Simulator. But it's, like, genuinely such a wonderful game. And it is just kind of a bummer that really when it comes to Planet Coaster and all that, Planet Coaster 2 just does not get the love I personally feel like it deserves. Um it's just such a wonderful game, and just going there. Today we canola. Just trying to get this set up. But yeah, I was just trying to think of, like, it's not like I'm going, oh, I need to play Farm Sim. I was just trying to think, it's like, what is a game that I could jump in, do 2, 3, 4 hours or something like that. We can get something done. It feels meaningful. There is like some progression, and that generally people seem to enjoy. And I was kind of going with that side of it. And like the two games that came to mind were American Truck Simulator and Farm Sim. Because American Truck Simulator, very much like the thing there. It's like, yeah, but I'm pretty sure we'll probably be doing American Truck Simulator soon. I think they're coming out with their Illinois update, like in a month or so or something like that. So it's like I figure we'll be in ATS soon. And give me 2 seconds for those over on the YouTube side. I'm just trying to adjust it real fast so that when I close the stream on what you're watching from the previous segment, that it will like kick you over to where we're switching. It's just the whole thing with YouTube where when you switch categories, it's a whole thing. There we go. So the people watching are on YouTube, you should get kicked over to the next video, where we're going to be doing the next part of the stream. If you're watching this as a recording, none of that's going to happen. So sorry, it's yell at YouTube. But I'll see you on the other side there. Okay, now YouTube's gone, and like we got the real people here. YouTube sucks.